2, 1. Live.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Kim. I'm the chair of the Cannabis Control Commission. I will call, recognizing a quorum of the commissioners, I will call the July 14th, 2022 meeting of the Cannabis Control Commission to order. This meeting is being held remotely pursuant to Chapter 22 of the Acts of 2022 and is being recorded. Commissioners Carmago, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and myself are participating in today's meeting, and all votes taken today will be by roll call. We have a very full agenda today that I will start by generally summarizing. We will start with opening comments from commissioners, move to approval of the June 9th, 2022 meeting minutes, and report from the executive director. I anticipate taking a brief break at that time, and then we will proceed to staff license recommendations. There are 3 change of ownership application recommendations, 17 provisional license recommendations, 8 final license recommendations, and 97 license renewal recommendations. After that, I anticipate taking a lunch break. And then for the latter portion of today's meeting, there are 3 items. The first is hearing the executive director's progress on his 2022 performance goals. The second is hearing commissioner input and an understanding of the agency's capabilities to host hybrid meetings at some point in the future. And the final item is to get commissioner input on items that you all would like to see on upcoming monthly agendas. So with those initial comments, I will turn things over to my fellow commissioners for any of their comments and or updates. And so commissioners, feel free to jump in, or I can call on you. And as last month, I'll opt to give my comments last.
I'll go.
Commissioner Roy.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. I just want to always, as I always do, start off and thank our staff at the CCC for their hard work every day to ensure a safe, secure, and equitable industry. This month, I want to particularly thank Rebecca Kwake, Genevieve Hall for their expertise, assistance, and accompaniment as I tour, visit, and meet with licensees throughout the Commonwealth. And I also want to give a shout out to Kate Flanagan and Grace O'Day for going the extra mile to help me this month. I also want to share with you, I am celebrating my 1-year anniversary as a commissioner at the commission. What an incredible, thank you, experience it has been. I am so blessed to work with such amazing fellow commissioners and tremendous staff. I also want to thank the Massachusetts Department of Public Health. Both myself and Commissioner Stebbins had an informative meeting with DPH to discuss safe storage of cannabis, parenting messaging, as well as prevention of accidental cannabis ingestion and poisonings, which are unfortunately happening at an increasing rate with children. We also want to encourage folks to visit more about MJ on our CCC website to learn more about safe storage, health effects, and tips for parents who consume. And lastly, July is National Hemp Month. And I had the opportunity in the past to meet with our hemp farmers, and today I would like to give them a special shout out and recognition of National Hemp Month. So thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. I think Commissioner Concepcion had her hand up next.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I'll be pretty brief. I just wanted to give a few comments. Firstly, I want to also echo Commissioner Roy's sentiments. I want to really thank Genevieve Hall and Rebecca Kwake and our team for really organizing visitations. Specifically, Commissioner Roy and I had the opportunity to tour Kacha Labs a few weeks ago, and I wanted to thank the team there for extending that invitation and for walking us through that process about the labs and how products are tested for consumer use. And we look forward to continuing that effort and seeing more labs and understanding the process from different organizations as well. I also wanted to take a moment to thank Erica Steves and the Lenny Zakem Fund for hosting and organizing the Bridge Builders Breakfast around philanthropy, cannabis, and social equity. Commissioner Camargo and myself did have an opportunity to speak at that forum, and there are a number of different individuals, organizations represented in that meeting, both within the cannabis industry and within philanthropy. And I just wanted to extend my gratitude to the Lenny Zakem Fund and Erica Steves for convening that. And then lastly, I wanted to put this on everyone's radar who's listening, everyone at the commissioner who's listening as well, who might not know, on Friday, July 22nd, and so Sunday, July 24th, BU will be having the 6th annual meeting for the Research Society on Marijuana, or the RSMJ Symposium. And I know that myself and our wonderful chairwoman will be speaking and presenting. I will be talking specifically around our DIA report, or the areas that have been identified in the most recent UMass study around areas most disproportionately impacted by cannabis prohibition and enforcement. And we've talked about this a lot in our different meetings here. And I know that there's a team who's been working on this as well in terms of how we're utilizing that study. But I look forward to this conversation because it will include myself and Dr. Whitehill, and we'll talk about sort of what went into that study and, at least from my perspective, the policy implications that might come from it. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Who would like to go next? Commissioner Stebbins, how about you? You were not on mute. I'm sorry.
I think Commissioner Camargo is trying to unmute herself. I'll give her a chance. No?
You can go ahead, Commissioner Stebbins.
Thank you, Commissioner. Echo the great comments from my colleagues. I also, again, want to thank our incredible staff for all the work that they do to prepare us for these meetings. Specifically this month, great work from our licensing team and their director, Kyle Podben, as well as our communications team. Just great work prepping for this. Also want to thank our government affairs team. I know a number of us have been reaching out to legislative leadership with respect to the omnibus bill that we're waiting for legislative action on. We wanted to make ourselves available to answer any questions, talk through any issues, and greatly appreciate Matt Giancola and Ernesto and Cedric for pulling those meetings together and just giving us the opportunity to be available to talk with legislative leadership. That's it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Camargo.
Yes, thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much. I'll definitely say ditto to my fellow commissioners' comments. And Commissioner Roy, happy anniversary. A year goes by really fast.
Thank you, Commissioner Camargo.
Absolutely. I also want to just give my gratitude. I think Commissioner Stebbins, you just talked about it recently, but to our staff in government affairs, but also to our colleagues at the State House. I know that past commissioners and advocates and folks who are out there organizing around legislative priorities have been doing a lot of work. And I know that us as the second cohort of commissioners sort of took on that baton and also have been working closely with our colleagues in the legislation. So I'm just grateful to the leadership. And I'm optimistic still that in the next 20 or something days, we'll have some news. There is a sense of urgency. I think we all receive the emails, phone calls. I think as we speak, our emails are coming in from constituents. So I know there's a sense of urgency. And I also know that, Massachusetts being the first to have our equity mandate, I know we're very proud of it. And I think that this omnibus bill, when passed, being optimistic, it will help a lot of folks and support a lot of folks in the industry. I also wanted to just thank our team, Rebecca Kwakie, and Salia and Stephen and Akila, who joined us last month for a roundtable discussion in Fitchburg, actually at the Fitchburg Library that was hosted by the Block. And it went really well. It was very intimate. It gave us an opportunity to get to know folks in the industry. We met folks who are currently in the industry, folks who want to be in the industry, insurance agents. We learned a lot from our insurance agents.
in the field. And then I also want to just thank Rebecca Kwaki again for just coming and coordinating with us our trip to Paper Crane out in Hubbardston. I think that's how you say it. Paper Crane Provisions, actually, and they are outdoor growers. It was fascinating, and they're also SEP, but it was just fascinating to understand a little more about outdoor growing. I think a lot of folks who I speak to say you're policymakers, and we cannot create policy in a bubble. So it's very important for us to come out and learn from folks who are on the ground. So shout out to Paper Crane. Thank you so much. And I'm looking forward to going back and seeing what it looks like in a few months. Quick last shout out. I want to thank Xavier Rodriguez. He is one of our legal assistants and our minute taker. He works with Christine Bailey, our general counsel. And I just want to say thank you to him, because every time I speak at these meetings, or any of us speak, I know that Sabiel is on his toes, taking notes and making sure that we have, that our minutes are tight and that everything is captured. So Sabiel, thank you so much for your leadership on the minutes. And yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, commissioners. So for my comments, I just wanted to touch on 2 points. First, I did want to highlight the social equity programs classes that are currently ongoing for cohort 3, I believe. I dialed into a recent live class and was very gratified at the quality of the presentation. The classes are held after regular work hours and during the week, and so I can't imagine the challenges for folks participating to juggle life, work, and then these classes. The topics are relevant and practical, and I wanted to thank Celia, Akila, and Stephen for their work on the program and kind of getting me dialed in so that I could watch some of these classes. And then finally, as Commissioner Concepcion mentioned, with the research team, we will be participating in the Research Society of Marijuana's annual meeting at Boston University. I'm looking forward to highlighting the importance of research and data as a marijuana policymaker. So with that, I'll turn to the next item on the agenda, which is minutes for approval. So I'll start by asking commissioners for a motion to approve the June 9th, 2022 meeting minutes of the Cannabis Control Commission. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion from Commissioner Concepcion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Commissioner Stebbins. Do any commissioners have questions or comments or edits to the minutes? Okay, hearing none, on the motion that has been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Carmago.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. So let the record show that the motion was approved unanimously. So the next item on the agenda is the Executive Director's Report, and I will turn things over to Mr. Collins.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'll start, as I always do, with a update and highlight from our licensing portal. You'll see here, this is a very high-level review. There's 7 applications that are awaiting their first or initial review. There are 17 applications before you today for your consideration. 42 applications that are awaiting a supplemental review. Those are applications that we've already evaluated. We've reopened them for additional information, and applicants have resubmitted, and therefore they are now pending before us, as well as 96,203 certified active patients in our medical use of marijuana program. This slide here indicates a total volume of licensing applications before us, but I offer the caveat that 85% of those are not actually pending before us and have not been pending before us. They've either been withdrawn or they're incomplete or not yet finished, thus that such that they could be pending before us. Also, 11% of those applications have actually been considered by the agency and by the commission. And so the vast majority are in fact not workload for us. Really, I'd identify those 239 that are pending, as well as in some ways those approved licenses still could be a work flow for us or a workload for us. but just shifting from licensing over to, say, inspections or investigations, so that we can continue their licensing pathway toward commencing their operations. But again, wanted to flag that 85% of that 10,000 total number is not actually a workload for us. Of those licensing applications that have been approved, you'll see here a breakdown of the license type. 422 of that of a marijuana retailer, 338 for marijuana cultivator, and 261 for product manufacturing, which does make up your traditional supply chain. We've also got 20 independent testing labs that have been approved. In later slides, you'll see where they stand in the licensing process. But this does bring a total of 1,124 total applications have been approved by the commission to date. You'll see here that this is the breakdown based on status of licensing. 174 entities have a pre-certified or are an endorsed micro business for delivery. To qualify for micro business endorsements, you must qualify as a social equity or economic empowerment applicant. That exclusivity still applies. It's just a matter of that license type would now be allowed to be vertically integrated to a small scale. But that's an administrative process as well. So the commission to date has approved 131 licenses. 522 folks have also been approved and they've paid their fee. That's the only distinction there. We have 52 final licenses and 420 entities have commenced their operations. The 40% represents the provisional license. The 32% represents the commence operation. Just again, to try to give you some sense of total volume. I see that Commissioner Roy may have a question.
Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. Thank you very much for this slide. And could you just explain a little further for edification of the pre-certified process? You kind of used the analogy that it's like for a mortgage, right? That pre-approval. Could you just explain what an applicant, some of the process they have to go through to be pre-certified? Thank you.
Sure. So I do often compare it to being pre-approved for a mortgage. It then allows you to leverage, hopefully, that pre-certification to identify your locations or location, perhaps identify investors and secure capital. It does represent that someone has a propensity to be licensed. It requires or relies exclusively upon disclosures. We do not conduct a full-fledged background check, but we do want to know a little bit about your business type, who you are, what would qualify you for that license type. So for instance, how do you demonstrate that it's a majority owned by a social equity or economic empowerment applicant? And we do ask for some early disclosures around background, again, just to determine that someone would in fact have a propensity to be licensed. It is not a license itself. It does grant no property right, and they still need to come back in and finish the provisional license application itself. Typically, I've at least anecdotally heard from applicants that it helps them present to a city or town. I'd like to be located here. Here's my pre-certification. And I would qualify, therefore, for licensure by the commission. We don't charge for it. Again, that's why we also don't run the full-fledged background check. It should not cost anybody anything to secure that pre-certification process. So it seems like it's been working as a precursor to licensure and that folks have been navigating it with some ease. Of course, any feedback that folks may have, I would welcome, but it is exclusive for these licenses, for delivery license types at this point as well. It's not for all license types.
Thank you.
I should note too on this slide, just going back one, Haley, thank you. I did some running of numbers from last year. Last year, July's meeting, we had 257 commence operations versus the 420. So that's an additional 163 entities that have opened their doors in the last calendar year. And then the total of licenses was 932 last year versus 1,299 this year, which does represent an increase of 367 new licenses in some capacity here. So if nothing else, that demonstrates the volume of work over the course of a calendar year. This slide here again indicates some of the workflow of our licensing staff, especially as I noted earlier, there's 7 applications that are awaiting their initial review. That means we've not yet reviewed them. We've not classified them. Classified would be an expedited or a priority application or a general application. We've also not reviewed it for substance, again, which might result in an RFI being issued to that applicant if something needs to be clarified or supplemented or something may be missing. We have reopened and requested more information from 191 applications, and by being in this row, they remain reopened. So the work is not pending with us, but instead is pending with the applicant themselves. A third-party response is either the municipal response, the city or town ensuring or confirming compliance with local zoning and bylaws, or that third-party background check. You have 17 applications before you today, and as noted, there's 1,303, and those would be either considered by the commission or administratively approved through a pre-certification process, which may also include those micro business delivery endorsements as well. I noted earlier the classification process on the left-hand side table. That's where this would be identified. You'll see that there's 257 entities that have utilized and benefited from the existing MTC priority status. 115 have utilized and benefited from the economic empowerment priority status. 555 have been expedited in their review. On the right-hand side table is the basis for expedited review. It could be by license type, say for instance, an outdoor grow or an independent testing lab, micro business, craft cooperative, social equity program participant, DBE status as confirmed through the Supplier Diversity Office. And you see here that some folks qualify based on more than one category. And then 612 applicants have benefited from just being a general applicant. Those folks should fear not. As noted earlier, there's 7 applications awaiting that first review. So there's not a dramatic time frame or lapse in pending as the general applicant. This slide here is something obviously we monitor very closely. Of those 1,299 applications, this is a breakdown of folks that may qualify as economic empowerment applicants, social equity program participants, or disadvantaged business enterprises. The goal here, as I know monthly, is to advance downward through the slide and get to that commence operations phase. You'll see here that of the 95 total economic empowerment applicants, 15 have commenced their operations. The majority are in that provisional license phase or the pre-certified for delivery licenses. So you want folks to advance downward. That does represent about 7% of our total application volume, that economic empowerment status. Social equity program, you see the grand total of 245. That represents about 18% of that total application volume. But again, 138 are in that pre-certified or in some way provisionally licensed or provisionally approved. On the right, moving to the right-hand side, DBE status, 202. You see that 40 have commenced their operations, 100 enjoy a provisional license. Again, that represents about 15% of total license volume. So, and then on the right-hand side, you see the total volume based on all licenses, just to offer some clarification on that. So that's that 1,299 number. I feel like there could be questions on that slide, so I'll pause. You're on mute, Madam Chair.
Sean, the numbers in the parentheses, the pluses and the minuses, is that just a change from the prior month?
Yes, sorry, I should have noted that. That's a change from last month. It's something I guess I checked to see if there's any trends. So I want to share that. I want to show my math, I guess, which may also not add up given the fluidity of license types as well.
Mr. Executive Director, just a quick question on that. So looking at this slide, provisional license, so 26, you're down 2. You make those up, I'm assuming, in the categories underneath them, right? That's showing movement, right?
That's correct. Yep.
Okay. Is it fair to say from your viewpoint, staff viewpoint, that one of the holdups for some of those categories moving from provisional license to final license commence operations really is lack of financial resources, lack of access to capital, which again explains the commission's support for a social equity fund?
As emphatically as possible, yes, without a doubt. I would say it's the single biggest hurdle. That if someone can get to the phase of provisional approval, that means that they've gone through the other biggest hurdle, which is locating finding a location and securing a property. And bearing in mind that between this provisional approval phase and the provisional licensure phase, the only distinction is actually having paid your fee. You're still holding that property during this time frame while you're out searching for active capital. So one of the an element that I've tried to identify as of late is infusing capital as early as possible is valuable and critical, just to get folks into that provisional approval phase, but then advancing them from provisional license to final license and commence operations. Capital is the single biggest hurdle, and I think probably the single biggest stress point for a young entrepreneur, young being just entering into a new space. So yes, I would emphatically agree. Yeah.
Thank you.
Commissioner Roy has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Executive Director, could you speak a little more to the economic empowerment category? Commissioner Camargo had brought this up last meeting. There's a finite number, correct? So and it's the smallest of the numbers there. And I think we had discussed possibly revisiting economic empowerment at some point.
It is a finite number. It's based in statute. The time frame that it was available, it was a 2-week window back in April of 2018. So revisiting it would likely require an adjustment in statute. That said, there were a number of folks that applied and secured that status, that prioritized status. Thinking through the ability of folks, thinking through that cohort of folks, I should say. Recalling at the time when we went through that, there were a lot of individuals that secured that status that were looking forward to license types being available, specifically delivery and social consumption. So seeing their progress over time is for me, I'm looking forward to a landscape, a legal landscape and a licensed landscape that may allow folks to embark on that vision. They also might be existing business owners in that mix as well. So at the time of early legalization, there was a lot of discussion relative to mixed use licenses, including yoga and restaurants and coffee shops and the like. And so I think folks pursued that to essentially lock their place in the queue and in line. So I guess I'm not totally surprised to see the number being what it is, knowing that there were about 122, 123 folks. And some folks actually came together as business units to qualify. And so over time, things change, and I certainly respect that. But I also think that some of that cohort, that number, was also waiting for license types to be made available. And I think social consumption could be that license type for some, especially those with existing businesses that may have a vision for mixed use. And I'm not saying that is going to be their reality. It's more that was their vision, that was their objective. So, and then some folks applied not knowing what the future would hold for them or for us for that matter. And so that was now, here we are in 2022, that was 4 years ago. So I guess the world has changed, and certainly the landscape has evolved, and it's still evolving based on some of our discussions with the legislature today. So therefore, I agree. I'm not surprised that's the smaller of the three numbers.
Thank you.
Commissioner Camargo.
Thank you. And thank you, Sean, for sort of that explanation. I'll also just add that I've been hearing from a lot of economic empowerment applicants as well. There's also stuff that we're seeing at a municipal level that is also a challenge for economic empowerment applicants, whether it's, being placed at, very close to each other, or, some of the municipalities not having a process yet, not understanding what the status means. So there's a lot of challenges on the ground. So I'm just, I'm obviously would love to see this number a little higher. And I'm also hoping that the omnibus bill will support some of these economic empowerment applicants as well. So.
And we may have discussed this in recent or past meetings that included in that, say, the total number of 95, there could be one entity with multiple licenses as well. So that is not an individual or unique number. It could be that, and that's not a good or bad thing. I guess it's not a bad thing, I should say, that folks are able to open multiple businesses under the same economic empowerment status. But I don't want anyone to conclude that there's 95 people. It could be that there's 80 people, and some have multiple licenses. So it is a data point that just it's worthy of clarification. Commissioner Roy, I believe, has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. Just one last question on economic empowerment. For those of us that were not here at that time, can you explain how the number, I think you said 122, was there a formula? Like, who decided 122? Like, how was that number derived?
Individuals applied for, so that was the number of qualified folks that applied for that. It was the application window itself was open for a period. What came through the door were those folks that qualified. So it was an evaluation that was run.
Okay.
We more than likely had many more applicants. It was a matter of determining qualifications. Early days of this agency, especially, that was the very first application we rolled out. And it was an all hands on deck situation where the commission actually evaluated the equivalent of Excel spreadsheets of applications. And we made it work for sure. And we also leveraged our mass cannabis industry portal, but it was cross your fingers, hope for the best as far as the portal working. And it did, thank goodness. And we had good partners in that sense. But it was an application that folks proactively applied for. And we had really good community partners that encouraged folks to apply. But again, the one caveat I want to offer on that, it was a 2-week window in April of 2018. And folks either secured it or they did not. And it's not been reopened since, but again, that's based on the statutory availability. The same was true as well for those MTC priority. You could have been an existing medical marijuana treatment center, but not applied for and therefore not secured that prioritization status. So just that 2-week window in April was a busy period for this agency for a lot of reasons. Evaluating these criteria was certainly one of them.
Thank you.
So I'll move on. The next slide here is that data heavy slide. I try to highlight some fields that are at least of interest to me and hopefully therefore of interest to you. You see here that there's 8 couriers that have commenced their operations, but we do have 2 final licenses. So optimistically speaking, those folks should be coming along and hopefully open their doors, ideally before your next meeting. You see here as well that there are 10 independent testing labs, that have commenced their operations with 7 provisional licenses. We do require that prior to a final license, there be an ISO accreditation. So a lot of folks are building out their labs and getting accredited through that third-party process. So provisional license to final license in a lab context is very complex and perhaps could be very expensive as well. 85 marijuana cultivators, 22 final licenses. So food for thought there is that does represent at least your plant supply chain. Related to the couriers, you also have 3 delivery operators that are functional and operational, as well as 1 additional final license. So again, same logic. They should not be far behind. 6 micro businesses are open as well as 3 final licenses. I note for you though that there's 13 provisional licenses, so that hopefully that universe can expand as well. 72 product manufacturers as well as 228 retailers, 10 final licenses. So again, those folks should not be far behind, as well as 156 provisional licenses. So that's a pretty significant retail outlet that could be available. And as I noted earlier, there's 420 that have commenced their operations. The grand total of 52 final licenses. I highlight that just to demonstrate the work that goes into our investigative and inspectional staff. These are the folks that are going to be calling and emailing and suggesting that they're ready to open. And it's a responsibility of our staff to confirm that state of readiness. So just again, trying to indicate some workload. This slide here is a breakdown between those 85 cultivators, indoor versus outdoor. As you'll recall, outdoor is expedited in their review. They also receive a fee discount. That said, the majority of cultivation is indoors. This is New England, this is Massachusetts. That does seem to make some logical sense. The growing season is certainly smaller here in Massachusetts than it would be, say, in the western part of the country, in other jurisdictions. But it is encouraging to see 16 at least that have commenced operations for outdoor grows. The breakdown is about 81 versus 19%. So about 81% of our licenses for cultivation are indoor. Again, that's the commenced operations breakdown. This slide here is all cultivation, again, that 85, including indoor and outdoor. And I just highlight this as I do regularly or occasionally for you. I would have had a hypothesis that folks would gravitate toward the larger licenses. Instead, 57%, this is again the commence operations at 57%, are instead up to 20,000 square feet. So the majority are gravitating toward the smaller licenses. Few reasons for that. A large grow is both expensive as well as very complex to manage and operate. And I think a smaller grow is therefore more agile, more nimble, more controllable, especially from an environmental standpoint. And just the sheer cost of running that business. And yield, you can yield very quality product from a smaller grow. And I think a lot of our growers understand and appreciate that. Whereas 100,000 square feet, again, the complexity around HVAC, electrical, IT, as well as never mind nutrients, water sourcing, everything else is going to be very complex. So you'll see 13% of the total cultivation licenses fall into those top 3 tiers.
Sean. Madam Chair, may I? Okay. I do not want you to create another slide or anything, but I just want to just kind of make a point of the last slide. But I think in the cultivators, I want to say we only have a few, maybe 1 or 2 social equity cultivators, and I don't even know if we have any economic empowerment. I'm actually looking at our tracker online, but you know, just to bring it to the forefront, right? I've heard a lot of folks in our SCP program wanting to become cultivators, and when I look at our tracker, there's only 2 possibly. But yeah, just a point.
I thank you. I think it's a worthy point and something I'm often conflicted. There is no, I use the phrase that equity for us is not a single license type. And this is a perfect example where there's nothing prohibiting or precluding anyone from applying for that license type. But I think discussing the challenges as far as securing capital, securing location, it's certainly worthwhile. But there's nothing that would prohibit anyone from applying for that license type. And
absolutely,
you're right to raise it.
Yeah, I think the other part too, and you know, this is the only time that we're always able to chit chat together. But I think the other hard thing for me, I think for everybody to see, is that even within our cultivators, we lack diversity. So within our cultivators in Massachusetts, we have a very small, I want to say it's like 2 or 3, and I'm sure the public will correct me, but when it comes to, Black cultivators, Latino cultivators, or, folks that are part of our BIPOC communities that have, been disproportionately impacted by the war on drugs, right? So it's always hard to see every month that we do this. But I just wanted to mention that because, we all talk about equity and diversity in the space, and, it's very difficult for some of, for everybody. But I think specifically when I look at the numbers of cultivators, there's just not as much, and it's difficult, which is why I'm on the drum about the omnibus bill, right? So I just wanted to bring that to the forefront.
And I think that's a great point on the connection to the pending legislation as well, and the comment I made earlier around identifying sources of capital as early as possible, knowing, and I think unpacking cultivation as a business type is really complicated and complex, never mind the physical plant. But then you get into how are you going to break down your rooms? What strains and genomes are you going to offer? So going through that entire process is probably a little bit more complicated than, say, what is my retail storefront going to look like? And so empowering licensees or applicants, as early as possible with how do you develop your business plan, which is an element of our social equity programming. But then also using capital as early and as accessible as possible at the outset in the planning process, as opposed to waiting for someone to become, say, provisionally licensed. To get provisionally licensed in a cultivation standpoint, you must demonstrate a competence with our regulations, as well as have really concrete SOPs already. how you develop them is going to be relying upon your own expertise, but then reducing it to an SOP that requires maybe a consultant, certainly an attorney, and maybe perhaps an accountant to understand the 280E impacts and things like that. So capital as soon as possible, knowing that cultivation tends to be a very complex license type, just from a physical plant standpoint, could be leading to that. So I think you're right to connect it with pending legislation, the availability of working capital. I see some other hands as well.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question, Mr. Executive Director. Are micro businesses folded into that cultivation tier 1 population?
They would not be for this data slide. At least from a cannabis standpoint, I should say.
Okay. That's not a request to have you add another slide. I'm just getting clarification. Thank you.
And Commissioner Roy, did you have a question?
Yeah, that was my exact question Commissioner Stebbins asked. So thank you, Commissioner Stebbins.
Any other questions? Commissioner Camargo, thank you for bringing up, sparking this very important discussion. So, Mr. Collins, next, would you like to proceed?
I will move on. Briefly, relative to medical use of marijuana, I mentioned earlier there's 96,203 certified active patients. There's also 102,047 certified patients. The only difference between those two numbers is that in a certified active context, the patient has gone into our portal and finished the registration process. So those certified patients have visited a provider. They've been certified by a provider for access to medical marijuana. They just need to come in and into our portal and activate that registration. You see that we still have 1 registered physician assistant, as well as the 294 physicians and 110 certifying nurse practitioners. On the left-hand side, you see that there's 95 MTCs that have commenced their operations, which is the vertically integrated license type. So those 95 entities are serving those 96,203 certified active patients. That's it for data. There's a few other updates I want to just offer you. I know there'll be some discussion later and also in future months, but this is a busy season for the legislature, especially. This is their final month of formal sessions. Here we are in the middle of July, so there's a few things that we are actively watching that I certainly want to call your attention to. First and foremost, of course, is our budget, which is still pending and remains in conference. We're optimistic, of course, that both branches were incredibly supportive of the agency's request. So we're optimistic that that will be maintained and sustained in any final report. At the same time, we're waiting that final report. In the interim, the legislature and the governor have approved a 1/12 budget, which does keep us operational. That 1/12 budget for the commission's edification, though, is for last year's funding level. So it would not be that infusion of additional resources. But nonetheless, we continue to plan and anticipate. And those things that we can put in motion anticipating, we certainly will, so that we don't lose time, given again that we're in the middle of the month. At the same time, we don't have those funds to spend. So we're being as responsible, but planning accordingly. As mentioned a few intervals during the early presentation here, we're also awaiting the conference committee report on an act relative to equity in the cannabis industry. Those folks have been meeting, commissioners have been meeting with those folks as well, so we're actively engaged there. And then, of course, as was discussed and will be discussed at length later, we're also monitoring. There's several pending bills that have been bouncing back and forth between the branches relative to the ability of public bodies, not just the commission, but all public bodies, to continue meeting remotely as they have been throughout the pandemic. So we'll continue to monitor that as well. And lastly, as I normally do on a monthly basis, just providing the commission an update on hiring. We've been busy, as you can see, we continue to be busy. So credit, of course, to all of our teams for their ability to navigate and manage this. Of course, also our gratitude to Human Resources and Erica White, our Chief People Officer, Wendy Sanchez, the Generalist, for navigating and managing all of this. We've onboarded now a data manager as well as a multimedia content producer since the commission's last meeting. We're interviewing or in the final stages of identifying candidates for Associate General Counsel as well as paralegal on our legal team, as well as project coordinator for our investigations and enforcement team, which would be the second of 2 coordinators to join that team. We're also interviewing actively for the following roles: copywriter, director of human resources, director of testing, fiscal specialist, investigators, laboratory and testing manager, which is an internal posting, licensing specialist, and then a project manager for procurement. Again, that's an interview process. And then we've also posted the role of project coordinator within our communications team. In fact, it was posted yesterday, so it should be available on our website as well as on Mass Careers. As a reminder, all folks are advised, even in the Mass Careers process, to follow the instructions for those postings. It indicates email your resume, cover letter to the Commission's careers email address. So I would encourage folks to just look for those instructions and follow them as closely as possible. So, of course, happy to take any questions the Commission has. That is the end of my report for this morning, though.
Commissioner Camargo.
ED, nice job. Just out of curiosity, when we're done with this hiring round, how many will we be at the CCC?
Yeah, I don't want to give you the wrong number. These postings could result in up to 35 or so hires. Reason being is some of them have multiple hires to them. So investigators are a really good example. Of course, we'd like to hire, I think it's as many as 12. There's also some backfills related to that. Of course, we're going to hire what the pool will yield as well. So we're actively interviewing there, but it could be as many as 35 folks, which could put us around the 120 or so number ballpark.
Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Executive Director, thank you so much for your report. And on these the hiring update, did these positions take into account the pending legislation and the additional responsibilities that the Commission could possibly assume, or will we have to have another discussion, assess our needs, and build out from there?
We would absolutely have to assess our needs from there. So I guess these hires right here represent steady state as it exists today. Obviously, any new requirements, some can be absorbed, but certainly not all. And so I would, I guess, reserve the right to approach the Commission and then obviously approach the legislature and the administration for additional resources. But I'd want to be able to justify those resources based on a leadership determination, especially with the various departments.
Any other questions for Mr. Collins? Seeing none. At this point in the past, we've taken a break, although we're now just prior to 11. So I did want to check in with folks to see if they wanted to take a break, or should we just continue on?
Seems like we have the energy to keep going.
Okay.
Yeah, how about we do change of ownership? Maybe.
Okay, that sounds great. Okay, so then Ms. Anjamari will be presenting staff's license-related recommendations today. And the first item are the change of ownership applications. So as folks know, these will all be voted on separately. But before we dive into the recommendations, and Ms. Damari, I know Commissioner Roy has a blanket condition that she would like to place, so I'll turn things over to Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much to my fellow commissioners as well. I have placed this condition on the change of ownership and in the past. And the reason I have is, for instance, today we have an entity from Maine coming in with a change of ownership. We have multi-state operators coming in who might not be familiar with a positive impact plan and diversity plans. And I know we all go through great lengths to read them and to help ensure that they are enforced, if you will, and utilized. So I add this condition so when new ownership comes in, and many times there are massive changes in ownership, that they are aware of the importance of diversity plans and positive impact plans, and if they are unable to fulfill them, that they let the Commission know within 5 days. So having said that, I'll read my condition for change of ownership. To help ensure compliance with 500-1045 and 501-1045 It is required that an update be provided to the Commission within 5 days of any changes, modifications, or implementation issues by new ownership of prior ownership's Commission-approved diversity plan and/or positive impact plan, including but not limited to goals, programs, measurements, and accountability. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Any other comments or conditions from other commissioners? Okay, hearing none. Ms. Damari?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioners. The first change of ownership we have for you today is Coastal Infusions LLC. They are seeking a change of ownership and control over one adult use license and are requesting to add 3 individuals and 1 entity. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
So at this point, I would seek a motion to approve the recommendation. I would seek a motion to approve the recommendation to approve the change of ownership application for Coastal Infusions LLC, subject to the conditions articulated by Commissioner Roy. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Stebbins. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Any questions or comments from commissioners? Okay. Hearing none on the motion that has been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. So let the record show that the motion was approved unanimously. Next.
Thank you. The licensee here is Not Grandpa's Tobacco Incorporated. They are seeking a change of ownership and control over one adult use license. They are requesting to add 3 individuals. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. So now I would seek a motion to approve the recommendation concerning the change of ownership application for Not Grandpa's Tobacco Incorporated, subject to the conditions articulated by Commissioner Roy. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Roy. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Stebbins. Any questions or comments from commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that has been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. First, Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. So let the record show that the motion was approved unanimously. Next.
Thank you, Chair. The licensee here is Top Shelf Cannasaurs LLC. They are seeking a change of ownership and control over one adult use license. They are requesting to add 8 individuals and 4 entities. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. So now I seek a motion to approve the recommendation concerning the change of ownership application for Top Shelf Cannasaurs LLC, subject to the conditions articulated by Commissioner Roy. Is there a motion?
So moved.
A move by Commissioner Stebbins. Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Roy. Thank you. Any questions or comments from commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that has been seconded, I will take a roll call vote, starting with Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. So let the record show that the motion was approved unanimously. Terrific. So unless folks want to take a break, we can move on to the provisional licenses. Okay, terrific.
Well, I'd welcome
then-
a quick, whoops, sorry, Madam Chair. I'd welcome a quick 10-minute break if we can.
Sure. So 10-minute break. Motion by Commissioner Stebbins. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. I assume no questions or comments. So roll call vote. Commissioner Carmago. Looks like she's
Aye.
frozen.
Aye.
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 Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. We will reconvene in 10 minutes. Thank you. Hello, so it's 11:05 and now we're back from our recess and about to embark on provisional licenses. But before we do that, I understand that Commissioner Stebbins and Commissioner Concepcion have some comments that they would like to make. So who would like to speak first?
I'll give Commissioner Stebbins the floor.
Wow. Thank you, Commissioner. No, thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to say I was impressed with this group of provisional licenses this month. We have one EE license with 2 new applications. We have a delivery operator application. We have a number of DBE applicants. That's where I want to focus. I've mentioned the benefit of seeking certification from the state's Supplier Diversity Office for businesses owned by women, minority veterans, LGBTQ residents, and those with disabilities. I noticed going through this pack of provisional applicants that there are a number of applicants who have self-identified their businesses, but are without this certification. I think TSC Operations, for one, veteran-owned, thank you for your service. This program, as a reminder, is free, and at a time when our licensees are seeking to do business with diverse licensees and businesses, this certification offers a strong degree of confidence about who you're doing business with. So encourage all applicants to look into the SDO certification as they build their business. Finally, one of our provisional license applicants, Silver Therapeutics, is proposing to create their diversity plan around statewide demographics. I've seen this in other applications. I've remarked in the past, I don't like seeing this kind of cut and paste approach. And I worry that that neglects the demographics of the host community and the region around their proposed site. So certainly would encourage them to review and possibly update their plan, but I just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Concepcion?
Thank you, Chairwoman. I share Commissioner Stebbins' sentiment about being impressed this month. I'll try to be brief in my remarks because it all relates to sort of what's happening right now at the statewide level with the omnibus legislation as well. When the former chair and I created the executive and legislative outreach strategy, we did this with the goal of creating a more effective channel of communication between us here at the Commission and lawmakers at Beacon Hill and far and wide as well. And we wanted to ensure that our biggest concerns were taken up by the legislature, and that included an increased oversight over host community agreements, a technical fix to allow for social consumption, and the creation of a social equity fund. And I wanted to take a moment first to reiterate my thanks to both bodies at the State House for tackling these concerns in both iterations of the bill. But the one issue that was not taken up by the Commission, but is a priority of mine as a commissioner and specifically as the public safety seat, is helping individuals with quarries find pathways to job opportunities in the cannabis industry. And with that in mind, I wanted to take a moment to state for the record my support, specifically for the language in the Senate version of the omnibus bill that removes barriers to employment for those with criminal records. And I also wanted to highlight the licensees that share this commitment. So this month we had 17 total applicants for provisional licenses, and 9 out of those 17 included a provision that tackled this very issue. So that's more than the majority. I'm sorry, more than half. And I wanted to say this before we actually go into them because there were so many. So they include Fairway Botanicals, Farmer Gardens, Pure Oasis, Relief Alternatives, Natick, Silver Therapeutics of Palmer, Valkyrie, Cannabis, and Exhale New England Dispensary LLC. Each of these applicants included within their positive impact plan a plan to, whether it was hiring, whether it was offering some sort of sealing or expungement services, they included a provision there that directly addressed people who have criminal records who want to join and be a part of the industry as well. And I will say, you know, I always talk about this, about dispelling the misconception that if you have a record that you cannot operate, that you cannot be within this industry, that you can't work within this industry. And I'm going to continue to do that. And hopefully this becomes more of a trend. I'm seeing that increase month to month, and I'm happy to see it. So I just want to, you know, tip my hat off to those individuals, those licensees, and thank them for that commitment as well.
Thank you, Commissioner, for those very important words. Appreciate it. Anyone else? Any other commissioners have any comments that they would like to make? Oh, Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I applaud my fellow commissioners for everything they said. I agree wholeheartedly about the Supplier Diversity Office and not cutting and pasting previous positive impact plans. And I want to thank Commissioner Concepcion for all her efforts around bringing awareness around expungement and record sealing to help folks get into the cannabis space that otherwise feel that they cannot. But sitting in the public health seat, I just want to bring attention to consumer education. I have 12 conditions today, and 10 of them are around consumer education. I do read all of the dispensing plans, and what I'm finding is folks are cherry picking the bullet points that they want to incorporate in their consumer education. And I just want to reiterate, that's not an option. You cannot just cherry pick the points that you want in your consumer education. 935 CMR 140 Section 6 A through J must all be incorporated in your consumer education. And then that does also include the substance use hotline, which is there for a reason. It's not or added, it's you have to add it. And it is the statewide substance use hotline that is open 365 24/7 for folks in crisis. So for all of our licensee friends, whether you're a retailer or delivery operator, please make sure that your consumer education is in full compliance. I do look at that every month, and if it's not, then you know, unfortunately, I do have to put a condition around your consumer education. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Any other questions or comments from commissioners? Okay, hearing none. Ms. Damari.
Thank you, Chair. The applicant here is Fairway Botanicals Incorporated, doing business as the Hempist, Roslindale. The proposed location is 882 through 886 South Street, located in Boston. They are seeking a retail license, and this applicant received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Commissioner Roy, I understand you have a condition for this applicant.
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. Fairway Botanicals, prior to final licensure in accordance with 935 CMR 140 Section 6 subsections A through J, please provide the Commission with a copy of your consumer education to ensure compliance. Consumer education materials shall include subsections A through J as listed in said regulation, and must also include the phone number for the Massachusetts Substance Use Helpline. Thank you.
Questions or comments from commissioners?
Madam Chair, just a quick comment. You know, we often speak about the economic development impact that this industry is having on the Commonwealth. I thought it was really interesting with this applicant that they pointed out that hopefully they're breathing life back into a refurbishing an old building that I think in their plan said had been pretty much sitting vacant and or underutilized for about 30 years. So applaud that investment that they're making, and obviously hope they're successful in their new location when they open their doors.
Any other questions or comments from commissioners? Okay, hearing none, then I would seek a motion to approve the recommendation concerning the provisional application for Fairway Botanicals Incorporated, subject to the conditions articulated by Commissioner Roy. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Stebbins. Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Any final questions or comments? Hearing none on the motion that has been seconded, I'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Carmago,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The next applicant we have here is Farmer Gardens LLC. The proposed location is 118 Central Street, located in Rowley, Mass. Obviously, they're seeking a microbusiness license, which will perform cultivation operations. This applicant received expedited review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Ms. Damari. Commissioner Stebbins, I understand you have a condition for this applicant.
Yes, Madam Chair. The proposed condition is prior to final application for licensure, review diversity hiring goals within submitted diversity plan under 935 CMR 500, 101(1)C8K, and projected number of employees, and provide any updates to CCC Licensing Division.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Any other questions or comments from commissioners? Okay, great. Hearing none, then I would seek a motion to approve the recommendation concerning Pharma Gardens LLC, subject to the condition articulated by Commissioner Stebbins. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Roy. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Any final questions or comments from commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that has been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Carmago,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved unanimously. Thank you. Next.
Thank you, Chair. The applicant here is Green Flash Delivery LLC. The proposed location is 225 Southampton Street, located in Boston. They are seeking a marijuana delivery operator license. This applicant received expedited review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
I don't believe that there are any conditions from commissioners with respect to this applicant. Okay. Hearing none, then I would seek a motion to approve the recommendation concerning Green Flash Delivery LLC. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
And for the record, motion by Commissioner Concepcion, seconded by Commissioner Roy. Any questions or comments from commissioners? Hearing none on the motion, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Carmago,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins,
Aye.
chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved unanimously. Thank you.
The next applicant we have for you today is Greener World Incorporated. This is a co-located establishment with a proposed location of 620 Bolio Street, located in Holyoke. They are seeking a Tier 1 cultivation and a retail license. This applicant received expedited review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
So on this one, Mr. Murray, it's 2 items. Should we vote separately? Should be a vote on the Tier 1 and then a vote on the retail? Yes.
Yes, this would be co-located where it's the one presentation, but the 2 votes.
Okay. Terrific. All right, so we'll address the cultivation tier 1 first. And I understand Commissioner Roy, you have a condition.
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. For Greener World Inc. Cultivation Tier 1 Indoor, prior to final licensure, please inform the Commission of your additional operational plans for indoor marijuana cultivators as it relates to quality control samples. Licensees that opt to provide quality control samples must include written policies and procedures in accordance with 935 CMR 500-120 12I and is expressly enumerated in 935 CMR 500-120 14. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other conditions from commissioners? Okay, hearing none, then I would seek a motion to approve the recommendation concerning the provisional application for Greener World Incorporated, the application for the cultivation tier 1 indoor, subject to the conditions articulated by Commissioner Roy. Is there a motion?
So moved.
So,
Motion by Commissioner Roy, no problem. Is there a second?
second.
Seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Any further questions or comments? Hearing none on the motion that has been seconded, I'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Carmago,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved unanimously. So next is the Greener World application with respect to its retail establishment. Commissioner Roy, you have a condition on this one as well.
And you'll see a theme here today, Madam Chair. Thank you. For Greener World Retail, prior to final licensure, in accordance with 935 CMR 140, 6A through J, please provide the Commission with a copy of your consumer education. To ensure compliance, consumer education materials shall include subsections A through J as listed in said regulation and must also include the phone number for the Massachusetts Substance Use Helpline. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Any questions or comments or additional conditions from other commissioners? Seeing none, I would then seek a motion to approve the recommendation concerning the provisional application for Greener World Incorporated, the retail application, subject to the conditions articulated by Commissioner Roy. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Stebbins. Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Roy. Thank you. Any final questions or comments? Hearing none on the motion that has been seconded, I will take a roll call vote, starting with Commissioner Carmago,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved unanimously. Thank you.
The next license applicant here is Indica LLC. The proposed location is 127 Columbia Street, located in Adams. They are seeking a retail license, and this applicant received expedited review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Ms. Damari. And Commissioner Roy, you have a condition on this application?
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. Indica LLC, retail prior to final licensure in accordance with 935 CMR 140, 6A through J. Please provide the Commission with a copy of your consumer education to ensure compliance. Consumer education materials shall include subsections A through J as listed in said regulation and must also include the phone number for the Massachusetts Substance Use Helpline. Thank you.
Any questions or comments from commissioners? Hearing none, then I would seek a motion to approve the recommendation. Sorry, Commissioner
I do have a
Concepcion.
question.
Oh, yes.
I wanted to flag this for Kyle and his team around the name. I don't know if we need to include a condition for the name here being a reference to an actual cannabis plant and product.
And Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Roy.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Concepcion. I had the same concern. I did email Kyle, and he says it is in compliance. I thought it was a colloquial term as well, and I was very concerned, but he said the name does fall within compliance. So thank you. I share the same concern as you. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, commissioners. Any other questions or comments? Okay, hearing none. So I seek a motion to approve the recommendation concerning the provisional license application or provisional application for Indica LLC, subject to the condition imposed by Commissioner Roy. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Concepcion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Roy. Any final questions or comments? Hearing none on the motion that has been seconded, I'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Carmago.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved unanimously. Next, Leaf Joy LLC.
The applicant here is Leaf Joy LLC. The proposed location is 1 Main Road located in Gill. They are seeking a retail license, and this applicant received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Ms. Damari. And Commissioner Roy, I understand you have a condition for this applicant as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For Leaf Joy LLC Retail, prior to final licensure, in accordance with 935 CMR 146 A through J, please provide the Commission with a copy of your consumer education to ensure compliance. Consumer education materials shall include subsections A through J as listed in said regulation. It must also include the phone number for the Massachusetts Substance Use Helpline. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from commissioners? Great, hearing none, I would seek then a motion to approve the recommendation concerning the provisional application for Leaf Joy LLC, subject to the conditions imposed by Commissioner Roy. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Carmago. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Any final questions or comments from commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that has been approved, I'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Carmago.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved unanimously. Next, OBCC LLC, Ms. Damari.
Thank you, Chair. The applicant here is OBCC LLC. The proposed location is 74 Downing Parkway, located in Pittsfield. They are seeking a Tier 5 indoor cultivation license, and this applicant received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
And Commissioner Roy, I understand you have a condition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For OBCC LLC Cultivation Tier 5 Indoor, prior to final licensure, please inform the Commission of your additional operational plans for indoor marijuana cultivators as it relates to quality control samples. Licensees that opt to provide quality control samples must include written policies and procedures in accordance with 935 CMR 500 120 12I and is expressly enumerated in 935 CMR 500 120 14. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Any questions or comments? Hearing none, then I would seek a motion to approve the recommendation concerning OBCC LLC, subject to the conditions articulated by Commissioner Roy. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Stebbins. Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Roy. Thank you. Any final questions or comments? Hearing none on the motion that has been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Carmago,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins,
Aye.
and Chair votes aye. Thank you. Let the record show that the motion was approved unanimously. Next, Pure Oasis LLC, 2 retail applications.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Damari.
So this will be 2 separate presentations, 2 different locations. So these are not co-located. The applicant here is Pure Oasis LLC. The proposed location is 85 Devonshire Street, located in Boston. They are seeking a retail license, and this applicant received priority review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Great, thank you, Ms. Damari. And I know Commissioners Roy and Stebbins both have conditions for this this particular application. So I turn things over to both of you.
Go ahead, Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. For Pure Oasis LLC, MRN 284576 retail, prior to final licensure in accordance with 935 CMR 146 A through J. Please provide the Commission with a copy of your consumer education to ensure compliance. Consumer educational materials shall include subsections A through J as listed in said regulation and must also include the phone number for the Massachusetts Substance Use Helpline. Thank you.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. For Pure Oasis, MRN 284576, prior to application for final licensure, review, align, and confirm your diversity goals within submitted diversity plan under 935 CMR 500.101(1)C8K and provide any updates to the CCC licensing division. The reason for this motion is there was a little lack of clarity, at least for me, with respect to some of their goals and some of their other figures that they provided within their diversity plan. They may be fine with it. If we were finding something that maybe didn't align correctly, they can certainly update that, but that's the reason for the motion.
Any questions or comments from commissioners or additional conditions? Hearing none, then I would seek a motion to approve the recommendation concerning Pure Oasis LLC, license number M as in Mary, R as in Ralph, N as in Nancy, 284576, subject to the conditions imposed by Commissioners Roy and Stebbins. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Concepcion. Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Roy. Any final questions or comments? Hearing none on the motion that has been seconded, I'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Carmago.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved unanimously. Thank you. Ms. Damari, the second Pure Oasis application.
Thank you, Chair. The applicant here is Pure Oasis LLC. The proposed location is 535 Washington Street, located in Boston. They are seeking a retail license, and this applicant received priority review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Ms. Damari. And for this one, Commissioners Roy and Stebbins both have conditions. Commissioner Stebbins, would you like to go first?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. The same explanation for this one. I was also encouraged that that this retail location, if I used our platform correctly, is in one of our DI census tracts. But this is for Pure Oasis, MRN 284645. Prior to application for final licensure, review, align, and confirm diversity goals within submitted diversity plan under 935 CMR 500.101 1C 8K and provide any updates to the CCC licensing division.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Roy.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Before I read my condition, though, I also want to recognize Pure Oasis as the first economic empowerment in Massachusetts licensee and the first in Boston. So I just wanted to give that recognition for that. And I'll read my condition now. Pure Oasis LLC, MRN 284645 retail, prior to final licensure in accordance with 935 CMR 146 A through J. Please provide the Commission with a copy of your consumer education. To ensure compliance, consumer educational materials shall include subsections A through J as listed in said regulation and must also include the phone number for the Massachusetts Substance Use Helpline. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Any other questions, comments, or conditions from the other commissioners? Hearing none, then I would seek a motion to approve the recommendation concerning Pure Oasis LLC, application number M as in Mary, R as in Ralph, N as in Nancy, 284645, subject to the conditions imposed by Commissioners Roy and Stebbins. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Stebbins. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Carmago. Any final questions or comments? Hearing none, then on the motion that has been seconded, I'll seek a roll call vote. Commissioner Carmago.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved unanimously. Thank you. Relief Alternative Natick Incorporated. Ms. Damari.
Thank you, Chair. The applicant here is Relief Alternative Natick LLC. The proposed location, Incorporated. The proposed location is 291 Worcester Street, located in Natick. They are seeking a retail license, and this applicant received expedited review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Questions or comments or conditions from commissioners? Hearing none, then I would seek a motion to approve the recommendation concerning the provisional application for Relief Alternative Natick Incorporated. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Roy. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Concepcion. Any questions or comments from commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that has been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Carmago.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved unanimously. Thank you. Silver Therapeutics of Palmer Incorporated. Ms. Damari.
The applicant here is Silver Therapeutics of Palmer Incorporated. The proposed location is 1235 Thorndike Street, located in Palmer. They are seeking a retail license, and this applicant received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Ms. Damari. Any questions or comments or conditions from commissioners? Now and then, I would seek a motion to approve the recommendation concerning Silver Therapeutics of Palmer Incorporated. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Stebbins. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Thank you. Any final questions or comments from commissioners? Hearing none, on the motion that has been seconded, I'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Carmago,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved unanimously. Thank you. The next applicant is TSC Operations LLC. Ms. Damari.
Thank you, Chair. The applicant here is TSC Operations LLC. The proposed location is 56 Industrial Drive, Units A and B, located in Uxbridge. They are seeking a product manufacturing license, and this applicant received expedited review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Ms. Damari. And Commissioner Roy, I understand you have a condition for this applicant.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For TSC Operations LLC, product manufacturing, prior to final licensure, please inform the Commission of your additional operational plans for product manufacturers as it relates to quality control samples. Licensees that opt to provide quality control samples must include written policies and procedures in accordance with 935, 500, 130, 5K, and is expressly enumerated in 935, 500, 139. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any questions or comments or additional conditions from commissioners? Hearing none, I would seek a motion to approve the recommendation concerning TSC Operations LLC, subject to the conditions imposed by Commissioner Roy. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Carmago. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Any final questions or comments? Hearing none, on the motion that has been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Carmago.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved unanimously. Thank you. Uma Flowers Lunenburg LLC. Ms. Damari.
Thank you, Chair. The applicant here is Uma Flowers Lunenburg LLC, doing business as Uma Flowers. The proposed location is 43 Summer Street, located in Lunenburg. They are seeking a retail license, and this applicant received expedited review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Ms. Damari. And Commissioner Roy, I understand you have a condition for this applicant.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For Uma Flowers Lunenburg LLC Retail, prior to final licensure in accordance with 935, 146 A through J, please provide the Commission with a copy of your consumer education to ensure compliance. Consumer educational materials shall include subsections A through J as listed in said regulation and must also include the phone number for the Massachusetts Substance Use Helpline.
Any questions or comments or additional conditions from commissioners? Seeing none, I would seek a motion to approve the recommendation concerning the provisional application for Uma Flowers Lunenburg LLC, subject to the conditions articulated by Commissioner Roy. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Stebbins. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Carmago. Any final questions or comments? Hearing none, on the motion that has been seconded, I'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Carmago.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved unanimously. Thank you. Upper Echelon Cultivation LLC. Ms. Damari.
Thank you. The applicant here is Upper Echelon Cultivation LLC. The proposed location is 460 Race Street, located in Holyoke. They are seeking a microbusiness license, which will perform cultivation and product manufacturing operations. This applicant received expedited review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Ms. Damari. And Commissioner Stebbins, I understand you have a condition for this applicant.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. Quickly, it's prior to final application for licensure, review diversity hiring goals within submitted diversity plan under 935 CMR 500.101(1)C8K and projected number of employees and provide any updates to CCC Licensing Division.
Any questions or comments or further conditions from commissioners? Hearing none, then I would seek a motion to approve the recommendation concerning the provisional application for Upper Echelon Cultivation LLC, subject to the condition articulated by Commissioner Stebbins. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Roy. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Carmago. Any final questions, comments from commissioners? Hearing none, on the motion that has been seconded, I'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Carmago.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved unanimously. Thank you. Valkyrie Cannabis Incorporated. Ms. Damari?
The applicant here is Valkyrie Cannabis Incorporated. The proposed location is 325 Stockbridge Road, located in Great Barrington. They are seeking a retail license, and this applicant received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Ms. Damari. And Commissioner Roy, you have a condition for this applicant?
Thank you, Madam Chair. For Valkyrie Cannabis Incorporated, prior to final licensure, in accordance with 935-146A through J, please provide the Commission with a copy of your consumer education. To ensure compliance, consumer educational materials shall include subsections A through J as listed in said regulation and must also include the phone number for the Massachusetts Substance Use Helpline. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any questions or comments or additional conditions from commissioners? Hearing none, I would then seek a motion to approve the recommendation concerning the provisional application for Valkyrie Cannabis Incorporated, subject to the condition articulated by Commissioner Roy. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Concepcion. Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Carmago. Any final questions or comments? Hearing none on the motion that has been seconded, I'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Carmago.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved unanimously. And last but not least, Exhale New England Dispensary LLC. Ms. Damari?
Thank you, Chair. The applicant here is Exhale New England Dispensary, LLC. The proposed location is 888 Morton Street, located in Boston. They are seeking a retail license, and this applicant received expedited review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Ms. Damari. Commissioner Roy, you have a condition for this applicant?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I read my final condition for the day, I will say I am extremely hopeful next month that dispensing plans will be in full compliance for their consumer education, and I won't have to do as many of these. So that's my hope for next month. But having said that, Exhale New England Dispensary LLC, prior to final licensure in accordance with 935-146A through J, please provide the Commission with a copy of your consumer education. To ensure compliance, consumer education materials shall include subsections A through J as listed in said regulation and must also include the phone number for the Massachusetts Substance Use Helpline. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Any questions or comments or additional conditions from commissioners? Seeing none, then I would seek a motion to approve the recommendation concerning Exhale New England Dispensary LLC, subject to the conditions articulated by Commissioner Roy. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Roy. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Carmago. Any final questions or comments? Hearing none on the motion that has been seconded, I'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Carmago.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Let the record reflect that the motion was approved unanimously. Thank you. So next we have final license application recommendations, and these recommendations will be voted on as a group. Is that right, Ms. Damari?
Yes, if that's
Okay,
how you would
great.
like to do it.
Okay, so any questions or comments from commissioners before we dive into these license types? Okay, and Ms. Damari, I'm sorry, you did not have any comments or anything for us?
No, not on the final licenses or
Okay.
renewals today.
Terrific then. All right, so hearing none, I would then seek a motion to approve the recommendations for final license applications. Entities 1 through 8 on the slide before us. Is there a motion?
So moved.
A motion by Commissioner Carmago. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Thank you. Any final questions or comments? Hearing none, then on the motion that has been seconded, I will seek a request a roll call vote. Commissioner Carmago.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved unanimously. Okay, so next we will move on to staff recommendations on license renewals, which will be voted on in 2 groups, adult use and medical use. And before we go into these votes, I understand some commissioners may have comments that they wish to make or conditions. So I guess I will turn it over first, Commissioner Carmago.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I'll try to be brief because I know folks have other comments. Do you want me to hold my condition to after our comments?
I'm open to either because I think the way, so your comment has to do, addresses one of the adult use licenses and Commissioner Stebbins' does as well. And I think our motion on the adult use, I can just incorporate motion to approve subject to conditions, Commissioner Carmago, Commissioner Stebbins, and go from there.
Okay.
So my answer is I leave it to you whether or not you want to do comments first and then condition, but the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Maybe we just do comments and then get to the licenses and then do the condition.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, so thank you. Good afternoon once again. My comment's brief. As you all know, I've been looking at renewals probably the last 14 months that I've been here, and I'm looking for outcomes of our positive impact plan and our diversity plans. There's change of ownerships, there's things that happen, partnerships are lost, X, Y, and Z. So a few comments from this month and things that I've noticed is, and I know that business owners are busy trying to maintain their businesses. I just ask that people do not wait to the last minute to get letters of partnerships. Or if you've made a donation, that you wait to the last minute to, reach out to get a letter and then say, I don't have this. But we could tell, we're reading all this stuff, so we could tell when folks are reaching out and what they're doing. There's over $150,000 of charitable donations that were made on the renewals that have commenced operation this month. And most of them are to ADI municipalities in Massachusetts. The other thing that I noticed this month as well is for a lot of our MSOs, the impact seems to be at a national level. And what I just want MSOs to be mindful is that if you have a license in Massachusetts, you should be thinking about what is the impact that you're having locally. So donations to national organizations or partnerships with national organizations, that's great, but let us know, how does that fit into Massachusetts equity mandate, and how does that transfer to on the ground partnerships and just the local outcomes. So I get it, you're multi-state operators, but if you have a license in Massachusetts, you should be thinking about the Massachusetts impact and tell us that. So those are my comments. I'll hold on my condition for after the comments, and thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Stebbins.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure I'm going to be as brief as my colleague, but I have a couple of points I want to run through. First of all, it was a nice group of renewals this month. Obviously, this starts to be the list that gets longer and longer each meeting, which is a good thing. It was a nice group of renewals. First, a couple of acknowledgements. Analytic Labs in Holyoke, who Commissioner Camargo and I have actually visited, outlining their scholarships with Holyoke Community College, as well as expressing their interest in finding new partnerships with the college, and pointing out that they've contracted with 2 MBEs as well as they've been operating. Also recognized Tigertown, also in Holyoke, hiring 68% of their employees from DI areas. Their original goal was 25%, so appreciate their success. A couple other points I want to raise. I know in the past I've raised my concern at previous meetings about licensees not giving sufficient time for communities to respond to requests for a breakdown of costs. This group of license renewals were great with respect to getting that request for financial documentation in well in advance of their renewal, and for allowing sufficient time for the host municipality to respond. I did want to raise a concern in that respect that I did see exhibited in one renewal. The licensee Life Essence in Framingham, they made their required request to the host community to seek a breakdown of realized and anticipated costs to the community. However, in their documentation, it's evident that eventually they sought only to seek confirmation that the community received their payments and had no outstanding obligation to the community. Just a reminder, that's not what we're really looking for with respect to the regulatory requirement under 935 CMR 500.103(4)F. Second concern I have arises from the renewal application of INSA in Springfield. I have had a chance to visit their facility, meet with their management. I was impressed with the operation in their facility. However, in their renewal application, the licensee points out that they appear to be prepared to promote a new diversity plan that moves away from setting hiring goals within the industry and replacing that with a strategy with providing grants to organizations. I'm concerned that this change of direction might conflict with the intent of the Commission's regulations, certainly with our approved diversity guidance with respect to the operation of a marijuana establishment. I'd like to ask the executive director to schedule a meeting with that licensee to review their plans. Finally, and I will ask the executive director to comment if he wants to. One of our other renewals before us today is Green Meadow Farms. I've had a chance to meet some of their team members at a promotional booth. Certainly respect their work supporting veterans and the family's heritage, and I've been encouraged by and have actually talked about the economic development impact that their investment in Southbridge has had. But I do want to draw attention to the recent news about their new advertising strategy. I realize that there are tight regulations with respect to advertisement, but I want to ask the executive director if the news story creates any concern for the commission with respect to compliance with our regs.
Thank you, Commissioner. I guess, Mr. Collins, did you want to comment at this time?
Sure, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. It is something we became aware of upon reading the news story. So obviously, I think we would want to look into it, certainly speak with the licensee, understand their not so much their intent, but their level of compliance with the regulations, specifically knowing that, to your point, we do offer pretty strict advertising rules and regulations, especially around proximity to kids, young families, etc. And so certainly checking and monitoring compliance is something we would want to do. First, I'd imagine through a conversation with the licensee to understand what information they can share with us. Again, the things that we would typically look for, though, are first and foremost audience composition data, as well as looking for some of those conspicuous warnings and other language that advertising must include. There are some regulations relative to sponsoring charities and charity events, but that activity may be located or may be limited, excuse me, to the community within which the licensee is located. So Green Meadows being in Southbridge and this advertisement being in Worcester. So again, some things we certainly have to look into and will be looking into, and it'll start though with a conversation with the licensee specifically.
Anything else on this topic? Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins, for bringing that recent development to light today. I too, as a commissioner, was concerned to read an article that starts with a licensee has found a loophole in advertising. So all of our radars, I think, went up when we saw that article. I too would be highly interested in seeing the audience composition data around Polar Park and how it was accumulated to make sure that they do fall in compliance. Having said that, I do want to acknowledge Green Meadows of Southbridge for their positive impact plan and donating to the Nick Perry Memorial Foundation. I have visited that house. It's a 5-bedroom single-family home in Southbridge that temporarily houses veterans who are transitioning back to civilian life. It's an incredible place. I've had the opportunity to visit them, so I wanted to acknowledge them for that. I also wanted to acknowledge some other licensees that are assisting formerly criminally justice involved and incarcerated individuals and currently criminally justice involved individuals as they work to turn their lives around and re-enter into society. Aries Labs of Marlborough is donating $7,500 to the Dismiss House, which is a nonprofit which works with homeless former offenders in Worcester at multiple housing and services locations, working to reintegrate former offenders into Worcester successfully. So I want to acknowledge that. I want to acknowledge Salisbury Cultivation and Product Manufacturing for donating $1,000 a health and wellness scholarship to a behavioral resident who is the survivor of domestic violence. So I wanted to acknowledge that. In Tiger Town LLC of Holyoke, they are not only volunteering but donating to Project New Hope, which helps veterans in the DIA area of Worcester, as well as the Massachusetts Veterans Treatment Courts, which are designed to handle criminal cases, including drug cases involving defendants who have a history of military service. And Holyoke is a disproportionately impacted area that hosts a Veterans Treatment Court. And finally, they are donating Suit Up Springfield, another DIA, is a nonprofit community organization focused on providing young people of Springfield with professional attire to help them for job interviews, formal events, and professional work environments. So I just wanted to acknowledge those licensees for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. No, Commissioner Camargo, you had a few things that you wanted to say.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Honestly, I forgot to say them earlier. So thank you for allowing me this moment. CC Wellfleet, and I think Commissioner Stebbins, I don't know if you mentioned them, but Commissioner Concepcion, to your point earlier about workforce development with folks who are coming, who are returning citizens or folks who have prior quarries, etc. CC Wellfleet has been doing some work with a nonprofit organization called Big Hope, who does education and awareness around expungement, sealing records, and just everything educational around that. So I want to give them a shout out. They've also hired 2 employees who have past records or are returning citizens. So I'm really excited to see that as well. And then ComCan, 43% of their management is held, 43% of their management is held by, positions are held by women. And they've surpassed their goal of 30%. So it's good to see what they started with in the beginning and then where they're at now. So shout out to you all. And then Tiger Town, Commissioner Roy, you mentioned them earlier on the veterans note, but I will mention them that they have 92% of their registered agents, employees are minorities. And when we think about 2 months ago, when we saw the agent registration and sort of, again, the lack of diversity within our registered agents, it's good to see that Tiger Town has 92% of their employees are minority, and 25% of them come from disproportionately impacted neighborhoods. So it's good to see, and I appreciate folks that sent in the background, the data, the information, because we're not making these things up. People, add these things within their renewal application. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Concepcion, do you have any comments that you would like to make? No? Okay, great. So then on to the motions then, I guess. So before we do the adult use licenses, Commissioner Camargo, did you want to state your condition? Great.
I do. Give me one second.
Super.
My apologies. Okay. All right. So my condition is for Life Essence, and there's 2 bullet points under this condition. The licensee, okay, so it's the licensee's responsibility to clarify how the donation to the Center for Black Equity, a national organization, promotes and encourages full participation in the regulated cannabis industry by individuals from communities disproportionately harmed by cannabis prohibition and enforcement, and those positively impacted those communities under our MGL 94G and in Massachusetts as an MSO, really. So the other bullet point on this condition is the same thing. So they have made a donation to the national NAACP, which is great, but we just need some clarification. How does that donation promote and encourage full participation in Massachusetts? Again, they are an MSO, and if anybody knows about national nonprofit organizations, some nonprofit organizations take donations and they use them for their national work, and some of the local nonprofit organizations have to raise their own capital and do their own thing in order to, keep their chapters going. We have a local Massachusetts chapter for the NAACP, and I'm not sure about the other organization, but I want to make sure that the Life Essence clarifies with us how do those, and there's substantial donations, which is great, but how does that impact us locally in Massachusetts with our equity mandate? So thank you.
Commissioner Camargo, I know you referenced specifically one of the licenses for Life Essence, but they have 3. Would your condition apply to all 3?
I believe there's only one up for renewal. Let me just check. Are there all 3 of them on here? Yes. Yes. Chairwoman, yes.
So it applies to all 3. Okay.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes. Right. Commissioner Stebbins, did you have a condition that you wanted to articulate for the record?
I do, Madam Chair. Thank you. This is a proposed condition for INSA Inc. in Springfield, license renewal numbers MRR 206114. The proposed condition is this. Within 30 business days of approval of application for renewal, provide documentation of the most recent 2022 employee diversity plan metrics and 2022 request to host community for the records of any cost to a city reasonably related to the operation of the establishment in accordance with 935 CMR 500.103, 4B and 4F.
And Commissioner Stebbins, so you meant, and this is just INSA, the adult use, not the medical renewal, correct? Okay. Great. So then I think that this is the motion. Then I seek a motion to approve the recommendations for adult use license renewals, specifically items 1 through 73 on the agenda, subject to the conditions articulated by Commissioners Carmago and Stebbins. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Stebbins. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Carmago. Thank you. Any further questions or comments? Hearing none, on the motion that has been seconded, I'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Carmago.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion. Okay, I heard an aye, just for the record. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved unanimously. Thank you. Next, the medical license renewals. So any comments, conditions on these? Hearing none, then I would seek a motion to approve their recommendation for medical license renewals, specifically items 74 through 97 on the agenda. Is there a motion?
Moved.
Motion by Commissioner Concepcion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Roy. Any final questions or comments from the commissioners? Hearing none, on the motion that has been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Carmago.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved unanimously. So thank you very much for all of those. And now, before we turn to the last part of the agenda, would folks like a lunch break? See nodding of heads, thumbs up. Okay, 30 minutes. Seek a motion for a 30-minute lunch break. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Carmago. I assume no questions or comments. So on the motion, Commissioner Carmago.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion. Yes, I heard an aye. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion approved unanimously. See you all in 30 minutes. Thank you.
had to lose my blazer because my salsa water exploded all over me at lunch. So my jacket is soaked right now.
Oh, no, sorry, Commissioner.
Okay. We are back. I hope everyone had a nice lunch. And we're now on the part of the agenda for commission discussion and votes. There are 3 items on this part of the agenda. As most folks know, the first part is an update from the executive director on his process towards achieving his 2022 goals. It seemed like since we were in July, this would be a good time to hear an update. The second item is a discussion around the open meeting and our meetings in light of the fact that, as the executive director alluded to early on, our ability to host our meetings fully remotely is scheduled to expire tomorrow. So we'll have a discussion around that. And then finally, the last item is I wanted to hear from commissioners, just generally I've been hearing, and I did actually on top of that really want to hear from commissioners what they would like to see on agendas going forward. So the last part of the discussion this afternoon will revolve around just, yes, getting input from commissioners around what they would like to see on the agendas for the upcoming months. So with that said, turn things over to Commissioner Stebbins and the executive director, and Commissioner Stebbins in particular because he has been leading the efforts around Mr. Collins' goal setting and progress towards his goals. So, Commissioner, Mr. Collins.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief, and then I do want to hand it over to the executive director because obviously that's really where the meat of this agenda topic lies. First of all, I just wanted to remind my colleagues of the process that we began earlier this year. We restructured the evaluation process for the executive director's performance, trying to align it more appropriately with the performance management system that is employed across the commission for all employees. One key component of that was, again, establishing new goals, more kind of broad goals than necessarily task-oriented goals, but having this kind of mid-year check-in is kind of a critical piece of this process. So I do want to thank the executive director. I had the chance to review essentially his first memo prepared for this exact topic. I thought he was really thorough. Thank the departments that helped contribute to that report. Again, I would also, again, as a reminder, encourage all of my colleagues, when you have your regular check-ins with the executive director, to use that time to also ask him to update you on any progress that he's making towards goals. So we're not rushing at the end of the year to kind of get our ducks in a row and think through his full year evaluation. And again, just hats off to the executive director on this memo and this update. Certainly want to encourage questions and discussion about his progress for any that there might be. But again, thank his diligence, his focus on this. Again, we're working through this kind of first year process, but I think it's going well, and again, greatly appreciate everybody's input and support of this new structured review. But I'll hand it off to the executive director to walk through his goals and his updates. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioner Stebbins, Commissioners. I will spare you reading the entirety of the memo before you certainly cover the high points, as well as, to Commissioner Stebbins' point, look forward to any conversation, discussion that may come from this presentation. So certainly since January, probably even before then, our staff has been hard at work, both breathing life into some of these conceptual goals, but also identifying real tasks that can be associated with pursuit, including some of the multi-year efforts. Also recalling that some of these goals are cascading from previous years as well. So the work continues and the work is going on or ongoing, excuse me. But I'll certainly touch on some of the specific tasks that have been put in place or underway that I believe are relevant and certainly associated with each of these now 7 goals. To also add some context about how this fits into the staff-wide performance management system, which I think is relevant as well. These goals in some way, shape, or form become department-wide, department-based goals. They also become individual-based goals for some of our department heads, some of our direct reports to me. And so it does cascade throughout the agency throughout the course of this year. Our performance management system for our staff is also in a mid-year phase, and so staff are meeting with their managers to do that mid-year check-in, much like this presentation to you. Of course, for our staff, they have the benefit of that being a private conversation and not occurring during a public meeting. That said, it is a mid-year check-in. It does offer both managers and department heads the ability to touch base with their staff, but also the staff to bring forward any modifications or recommendations or expectation shifting that needs to occur, which again, to Commissioner Stebbins' point, means it's not just a one-time visit. Instead, it's a periodic update that allows for expectations to be set over time, but also to pivot based on workload and as things, competing priorities, modifying or adjusting priorities. And so that process is underway. It will culminate with a December timeframe with a closeout. That said, the closeout process for our staff results in a rating, ultimately a performance-based rating that can also be associated with a recommended pay increase, so a merit-based pay increase. That is not to be mistaken or replaced with a COLA. Those are two separate and different things, and our staff have often benefited from both. So historically speaking, so that process will continue in earnest this calendar year as well. As far as my goals are concerned, you have the 7 here before you. I'll touch on each of them briefly. And of course, again, as I noted, we'll certainly entertain any questions you have or certainly any comments or feedback as well. As I pointed out, these are all cascading to each of our departments and those teams are hard at work. I should also note that I don't do any of this work alone. It is being done on behalf of the agency by an incredibly talented staff and a diverse array of departments. And so certainly our success is the responsibility and the work of our staff, and any failure to meet some of these goals will certainly fall on me and my responsibility to manage it accordingly. So I do feel compelled to at least acknowledge the work of our staff in both identifying these goals, but also pursuing them. So the first goal is to create a 5-year strategic plan for the commission with the objective or requirements of landing at cost neutral operations, as well as other statutory requirements. There's 2 projects I want to specifically identify here that I think are certainly related. The first is a revenue forecasting and estimating project that is being led by our CFO, Adriana Leon, with the partnership of KPMG. The objective there is to look at revenue forecasting specifically around things like license fees, but also agent registrations and other things. That is a budgeting operation for us, which will allow us, I think, to be better partners with the administration and the legislature. But it also gives us some indication of where this industry could be going. And by doing that, it allows us to complement it with some workforce planning that's going on specifically in our investigations and enforcement group under the leadership of Yao Gibi, our chief. Those 2 things combined, though, understanding where the industry may be going from a volume standpoint, and that should include to some degree change applications, changes of ownership, changes of location, et cetera, will allow us to feed that into workforce planning. To date, we've been relatively reactive. We've identified what our needs are. We've then gone and hired that staff. If we have the ability to understand where this industry could be going, and bearing in mind in the cannabis space, trying to predict where this industry is going is both difficult and probably fraught with peril because of the changing landscape, both regionally, certainly with states coming on around us in the Northeast, but also any federal landscape that could be pivoting over time. But if we have some basis by which we can predict what the future could be, we can then start to plan our staffing accordingly. Also embedded in the background of this is an ongoing job classification study, which will allow us to make sure that as we do build our agency and we do settle on creating new roles or certainly evolving existing roles, we're doing so in a way that is equitable, but also one that identifies like roles across the agency and hopefully identifies career paths for our staff. So those are some of the work, specific items I wanted to call your attention to. As far as documenting a 5-year strategic plan, that I do imagine will become an actual document for presentation to the commission at a future date, which will then allow you to put your fingerprints on whether or not you certainly agree with it or concur with it, whether or not you think we're on the right path or not. And that, so our expectation is that's going to be done in concert with each of our departments as far as a drafting plan or drafting opportunity that could be used for a facilitator in that conversation as well. There are a number of agencies that have strategic plans based on fiscal years, and I think that would make a lot of sense for us to present again to the administration and the legislature. So my expectation is that over the course of this year, perhaps spilling into next, we will document that explicit 5-year strategic plan. But I did want to call your attention to some tasks that are underway right now, just based on need, but also on the current state of the environment we live within. So that's goal number 1, if there's any questions on that. And I'll work to expedite my presentation here a little bit too, because it can get dense.
So I saw Commissioner Concepcion's hand.
Thank you, Chairwoman, and thank you, Mr. Executive Director. I had a question in regards to the job classification study that you referenced. I know you gave sort of a broad status update. I just wanted to know if we can, if there's any sort of timeline where we can anticipate sort of a breakdown of the findings.
As far as at the commission level or with our staff? Both, I'd imagine, right?
Both, and I'm interested as a commissioner to know at the commissioner level as well.
Sure. So I guess I think part of the process of rolling it out is certainly engaging with our staff directly and wanting to make sure in case there's, we do have some unique roles here at the agency, so I'd want to be able to finalize some of that perspective, share those findings with them, and certainly not have them find out alongside the public. So I'd want to be able to roll that out to them first. There's one element of the study that remains ongoing, which is a pay equity element of it. So it's the job classification, then compensation, those two separate analyses. And then lastly is the pay equity component of that. The pay equity process is underway right now. The first two are largely complete. So I would expect probably by the end of the calendar year would be a reasonable timeframe to come to the commission with a high-level presentation of some of those findings. But it would, a prerequisite to that would be wanting to roll it out to our staff first.
Just to clarify, that's for both components, including the pay equity component.
I would hope so, yeah. And I also want to acknowledge the work of our Chief People Officer in that as well, Erica White. I would want to consult with her as far as the state of readiness.
Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually had the same question as Commissioner Concepcion, so thank you, Commissioner. And just to add to that, will we also get a, as part of that, as you called it, December closeout, will we also get the outbreak, I guess the final findings of the revenue forecasting project as well at that time?
I don't know that that project would be complete by that date. So I wouldn't want to commit to a December closeout for that, not having been briefed on it myself. So I don't want to promise something I can't live up to. But I will certainly inquire as to status. I know that it's early days of that project now. There's been, I think, one deliverable submitted to the commission. I'm not sure one out of how many exactly.
Any other questions? Back to you, Mr. Collins.
Sure, thank you. So the second goal is in collaboration with commissioners, establish a foundational, durable, and manageable governance model for the agency. that also speaks to policy matters and administrative functions in delineating between the two. This project, I think, or an update might be self-explanatory. The commission has now met in executive session in pursuit of this goal and objective. I wanted to just call your attention, though, to the work that went into prior to getting to that. Of course, it was not. We didn't just arrive at an executive session to begin to deliberate about governance. In fact, a lot of work went into the procurement process as well as just the idea concept, and commissioners were involved in that as well. And I'm obviously grateful for those contributions. That is a project that is underway in earnest right now. I do expect that it has a time sensitivity and an urgency to it, but it's also critical that we get it right. So I will take the time that it needs, but again, I think there's a mutual commitment certainly with me, but it feels like with and amongst the commissioners as well to continue moving that forward. So one project I also wanted to note that I think strikes the right balance here is certainly a regulatory process that was presented to the commission in April. I think it does delineate that policy matters, including regulations, reside with the commission, and those policy matters are supported by staff. So that does identify the appropriate breakdown, at least in my opinion, of what the staff's function is vis-a-vis the commission. But I also realize that some of that can be documented in a more durable way, and that is the governance project itself.
Any questions for the executive director? Okay.
So number 3 here is refine, define, and report on efforts to create a best practice model, world-class agency that empowers staff to maintain innovative and responsive government. This is it's a lofty goal, one that certainly has a lot of aspirations behind it. I wanted to call your attention to the fact that there is no one single thing, therefore, that would achieve this goal. Instead, it's a myriad, it's a concert of practices that hopefully preserve our status as what we believe is, in fact, a best practice world-class agency, but one that also identifies as empowering staff and giving them opportunity, but as well as tools necessary to build and maintain the agency that we are all now proud of. Certainly, I'll just rattle off a number of things that I think speak to this goal. It's not a complete list, so if I leave anybody out, it's not intentional. Instead, it's just an inadvertent mistake on my part. But I think preserving our remote workforce is important. It certainly keeps our staff safe, but I think it also acknowledges that our staff is functioning at a very high level, regardless of where they report to every day, including it could be their home. Our agency, our facilities are still available to our staff, and folks are able to go in and work as they may require. That includes access to internet, includes access to materials. It may also just be having a quiet place to work from time to time. So our agency is still open. And I also want to acknowledge the work of our staff that are in the field every day. But by and large, our agency remains 100% remote. Our staff are also participating in any number of working groups at any given time. Certainly things on like hemp or indirect or direct control. There's a lot of work going on that they bring their expertise to, but I also want to be clear that you as commissioners have access to the talented staff here and are able to tap into that expertise as you consider your policy proposals. And I think that does balance, speaking back to goal number 2, that governance discussion as well. We also have 2 DEI groups that we've discussed in previous meetings. We have Access and Equity, which is an external facing policy based DEI work group that is currently wrestling with the DIA study. And they'll be back in the coming months, which is a future agenda item for today. But they'll be back in the near future, presenting to the commission on their work and their findings. We also have Commission Voices, which is internally focused on our role as an employer and ensuring that diversity, equity, and inclusion are central tenets to what we do as an employer. And really their responsibility is to ask, to ask staff and be a voice for staff as far as what they expect from their employer being us as a leadership unit. So those 2 groups are hard at work, and I'm just really impressed with them to date. Ideally, though, they experience that as being empowered. Other work that goes on, certainly we're rolling out an SOP library, which may sound boring to some, but it's really critical to running a professional agency. And I want to credit our operational staff, especially on not only the concept, but also maintaining the progress toward it and starting to build a repository of all the SOPs that we've developed over time. It certainly helps with transition planning, but again, it also helps with just not having to reinvent the wheel every time a new topic comes up. So being that organized, I think, speaks to that world-class agency. Throughout the course of this evaluation period, so it would be January through now, we've opened up 34 brand new retail establishments across the Commonwealth. As well as 3 additional MTCs, 29 cultivators, product manufacturers, micro businesses, and transporters. That's all included there, as well as 2 independent testing labs. That just speaks to the work of our investigators, compliance officers, and our licensing staff, as well as enforcement counsel. Staff have done 330 inspections, as well as 47 unique investigations. So again, that speaks to workload and balancing that. We discussed earlier the various vacancies that are out there. If we're able to fill all of those vacancies, it could result in adding about 35 FTEs. So that's in addition to the work that we're already doing, is building the agency and making sure we're able to interview and identify the right candidates for not only the role, but our culture. We continue to evaluate applications on a timely basis. You saw today that there were 7 awaiting their first review. We will get to those 7 applications within a matter of business days, not weeks, but days. And then lastly, and again, this is not meant to be all-inclusive, we continue to build and evolve our case management system. The goal of that, of course, is to make sure we're able to keep complete records, share information across departments, make sure we're answering questions in a consistent way. And again, we aspire to this. We can always improve, and we will. We're probably our own worst critic as far as quality control. But it also allows things for groups and units like our constituent service operation to be responsive, but also triage to the right department. So when a patient may call seeking information, we want to be at the ready with an answer and be able to walk them through anything that might be required. So building out our technology systems is really critical for that, and I'm proud of our progress to date. So those are some examples. Again, I find this as being really embedded in just how we operate, but trying to identify specific tasks. Giving you a complete list would take much longer, and I think that speaks to the quality of work that our agency does. And again, primarily our highly talented staff that we are privileged to work alongside. Seeing no questions, I'll continue to ramble. The next goal here, number 4, is in collaboration with the commissioners, complete the 3-year strategic planning process and begin implementation for equity programming that includes measurable goals and metrics, combined with robust data collection and tracking of equity participant success and satisfaction, as well as licensees' equity goals and progress. So this took last year's SEP goal and really expanded it and blew it wide open, I think in a very productive way. To therefore make sure we're not focusing exclusively on social equity program as a program, but instead as equity as a mission, and making sure it's also agency-wide and speaks to both the participants' experience, but also holds a level of accountability for all licensees, knowing their work that's required around positive impact plans especially, but also diversity plans. So I really first want to compliment the leadership of Cedric Sinclair, our Chief Communications Officer, in building out and in prioritizing that department and making sure that it has sufficient resources to do a lot of the work required for the strategic planning process. And so that team at this point comprised of Celia, Nikila, and Stephen, as well as Cedric's work. I think there's now more resources than there ever have been, and more resources are on the way. I think that's just an important element to start this process and really continue to implement it in a thoughtful, complete way, while also keeping a focus on the programming we have actively going on as well, so we don't take our eye off that as well. So we've bolstered that programming staff. We've also made some changes in existing programming to just be responsive, and I can speak to that, I believe, for the next goal. But the strategic planning itself, to get similar to the first goal here, the 5-year strategic plan, really to begin that in earnest, we put in place some things to just fact find and really understand steady state or existing state today. That includes surveys that were sent out to participants, equity program participants, as well as economic empowerment applicants, as well as commissioners and leadership here at the agency, as well as licensees, and licensees being kind of the managers and owners of those facilities. As far as what are you looking for, what do you need, and that information is really going to be folded into that planning process. So by gathering that information, we've now been able to build out our programming framework that should be responsive to those concerns. And then for the rest of this year, our plan is to leverage that groundwork that we've already done to create a pretty robust project plan, get additional feedback again from internal and external stakeholders, and ultimately culminate with a presentation of the commission. Again, the goal is for the rest of the calendar year. There is risk that it could spill, but optimistically, I think we're on track right now. And the reason I'm optimistic, at least, is because of the staff that's working on it and knowing their capabilities. So at this point, our plan is to come back before the end of the year with a presentation of the commission to discuss this explicitly.
Any questions so far?
Just on that goal, Madam Chair, I think the executive director answered my question with respect to staffing resources, knowing that there'd been some transition since the beginning of the year, but I'm glad to hear his update that we really haven't kind of skipped a beat.
Commissioner Roy, you had a comment or question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Executive Director, as you begin to share with us around goal number 5, previously in this meeting, we discussed economic empowerment. So you have over the next 5 years to double levels of economic empowerment. And I think you said it was a finite number and it was that 2 weeks statutory built-in window. So I guess I need a little edification how we could possibly double the economic empowerment.
I think that's a timely segue into goal number 5, perhaps.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Thank you.
So segueing away then, the number 5 is to develop and propose initiatives in order over the next 5 years to double levels of economic empowerment, social equity program, DBE, farmer and veteran participation in the industry. I guess to explicitly anticipate, maybe not anticipate now, but answer your question, Commissioner Roy, doubling the level of economic empowerment eligible members, I don't know that it's legally possible. There was a finite window set by law in April of 2018. The commission met that deadline and implemented that statute. So here, though, is participation in the industry. And obviously, EEA is by its very nature a licensing privilege. It's a prioritized license application. There is an opportunity that economic empowerment applicants could be working in the industry. Certainly, I don't want to diminish or in any way suggest that we are satisfied with mere agent registration as being the pursuit of equity, but I do think it is participation in the industry by definition. So serving as an agent certainly could be an opportunity there. But I don't want anyone to mistake that as being a level of satisfied. We've now achieved equity in this industry because people work in it. Knowing that licensure and obviously then the pursuit of economic growth and opportunity really is that height of equity that we are in pretty regular pursuit of. This is also a 5-year goal, so I want to acknowledge that work is ongoing, but it explicitly includes multi-year efforts. One of the things we've actually worked on and talked about is double from what to what, because there is no kind of start date. You could look at different criteria, and I obviously would like at some point the commission's feedback on that to make sure we're, if nothing else, aligned. I can touch on though some of the work that has been done, and this goal is also inclusive of other prioritized by statute units, so it's farmers and veterans as well. DBE status is obviously as described and as managed by the Supplier Diversity Office, and then of course the Social Equity Program continues to grow with each and every cohort. So speaking of SEP, one of the things we've done is try to expand the course offerings, and there's 7 things I want to call your attention to. I won't name them all, but I'll briefly describe them. Firstly is course offerings relative to predatory practices, including lending or predatory ownership proposals. That's in direct response to concerns raised by SEP participants, but also identified by commissioners and discussed at length. So folding that into our curriculum, I think, is a really valuable asset to help folks, protect themselves during this process. The other 6 classes and programs that were developed is in response to the delivery license, and so it's a new tract for the entrepreneur course, the entrepreneur track, relative to deliveries. So we've developed 6 courses, not we, but certainly our vendor with our leadership. So that expansion, that program expansion, hopefully is responsive to specific license types, but also a theme we've seen in SEP specifically. The other thing we're doing, again, with the objective of increasing participation, is exploring and assessing our outreach efforts. Again, specific with SEP, but it may have a consequence or a collateral effect of just raising awareness generally about what cannabis is and how it can be a business opportunity or a job opportunity for folks throughout the Commonwealth. So we focused obviously on disproportionately impacted communities in this effort, as well as expanding, trying to go beyond just geographic borders, but exploring ways to target both Black, African American, as well as Latinx populations and throughout Massachusetts. Our staff has also evaluated all of our website content to make sure that it's accessible, but also easily identifies those expanded resources that we're continuing to build and work on. And I also want to acknowledge some staff enhancements we've made around that, including the introduction recently of a multimedia content producer, the fine work of our digital media director. All of that really goes in concert with trying to present information in as approachable and digestible a way that is not just dense words on a page, which I guess would be how I would describe my memo to you on progress toward my goals. If I had more infographics and pictures, that might have been longer, but maybe more accessible. We've also worked to translate a lot of our popular materials, so things like guidance documents, as well as the regulations themselves, into a variety of languages, including Haitian Creole, Spanish, Portuguese, and other languages as well. And that'll be a project that continues and goes on throughout the rest of the year. And then lastly, maybe not lastly, I guess, we're going to continue to look at data and explore that data to make sure we present it in an honest way, but we also present it in a digestible way through our open data platform. The one way we'll determine success or not in this goal is whether or not we have accurate data to track our progress over the course of 5 years. And that's going to be something that we don't just present once to the Commission in defense of our goal, but instead that we present over time to monitor and track our progress. And we don't just present it to the Commission, but to the public. And I think that's just the willingness to be held accountable. And knowing that it's our intention to try and continue to work on this. And if we don't get something right, as true to history as how we've worked in the past, we will go back to the drawing board and try something else. We're not just going to abandon any of this. And then we also want to work with other folks, whether it be other agencies, private sector, knowing that workforce development is not something that we exclusively control or do. And so some level of investment from the private sector is certainly going to be valuable from us or for us. And so any partnership that we can take full advantage of, we would intend to.
Commissioner Roy?
Mr. Executive Director, one of the things I was most excited to read is that the Commission is considering opportunities to develop a workforce portal to increase equity participants' access to industry jobs, resources, and opportunities. I read recently Los Angeles County, California has such a portal, and I think that would be a tremendous resource to our registered agents, to people wanting to get into the cannabis space, to match them with employment opportunities. So I am fully supportive of a job portal, and I just wanted to thank you for having that on your goals.
I honestly should thank Commissioner Stebbins for his leadership on that, and obviously the work of our team in pursuing it. And also, again, that's a wonderful example, though, of us partnering with other state agencies too, including I think it's the folks at Mass Hire that would manage that, but we would become essentially a vendor, or we would use them as a vendor. So many years in our existence, which is now we're coming up on 5. We've always talked about a kind of connector app. This, I think, is the evolution of that project. So,
Any other questions for the Executive Director at this point? Okay, last.
is there last 6?
Is this 6? Oh, no.
I'm happy. This could, if you want to shave off a goal, I'm open-minded.
No, I would not do that to you.
So number 6, and not last, is ensuring commissioners and the public have access to data and evidence-based publications to support decision-making, dialogue, preservation of patient access, public health and safety, and impact on disproportionately harmed communities from the regulated marketplace. This year, I think this goal speaks to one of my personal missions at this agency, which is, of course, the open data portal, platform, and project. It is one of those things that for me is always living. It's certainly from a living data standpoint, but it always has new opportunities to layer in additional information to look at visualizations and enhancements periodically. And I just want to give a lot of credit, especially to our IT folks, our communications folks, our data folks, our licensing folks, you name it, someone's got some way of contributing to this project. It is an agency-wide lift, but it's also an agency-wide priority, and I'm certainly grateful for that. And those folks, the governance team of that has really taken what I think is maybe even a haphazard vision on my part of this is what I think we can do, and really shed light into what is in fact possible, and I think set a new bar. And of course, it's always, again, as I noted, open and ripe for enhancement. So as I noted, at the core of this goal is our embrace of open data as a strategy, and our sustained commitment to that, maintaining and expanding our robust research agenda. And so those two things combined, I think, are breathing life into it. Our research department, I think, and I'm certainly biased, but I can still think, is the nation's preeminent in-house research department for all things cannabis, and I don't think there is a second. I think they really are head and shoulders above anybody else. Again, there might be a hint of bias in that statement. They serve as a research team that does a lot of literature review, a lot of their own research, but they're also a very practical resource to you and to me, and just identifying, is there anything out there on insert topic? And so that day-to-day work, I think, is really critical. They also maintain an entire library of scientific and gray literature reports that we have ready access to. So again, I think that certainly speaks to the goal here. And proof of their status as a nationwide leader, I think, comes through a variety of ways. Certainly, it was the invitation to edit or participate in an upcoming special journal with clinical therapeutics, which is a project I'll talk more about in the future with you. That's a project that's underway, but they've been recruiting nationwide researchers, but leading that effort. And again, they serve as a special guest editor for that. I think Commissioner Concepcion, you touched earlier on the RSMJ presentation that's coming up with BU. Again, I think that speaks to both your participation, the chair's participation, but also our research department's leadership in actually proposing Massachusetts as a symposium. Made a lot of sense, and I think it also speaks to the quality of their work and the respect that both academia and policymakers are showing them simultaneously, which is a bridge that's often not available. Academic and policymakers typically talk about each other, not to each other, and I think we serve as a bridge to that. Just wanted to call attention to that. In pursuit of sustained patient access, which is obviously a goal here, we've always evaluated all of our systems, including our medical use of marijuana operating system, and our processes to make sure that program is approachable. And so we recently revamped our provider application process, bringing it from a paper-based application that had to be sought, mailed, and then mailed back in to that digital form, which is now available. We've also continued to allow, through COVID, and this is credit to the Commission especially, the extension of telehealth for initial certifications, making sure that throughout the course of COVID, patient access is in fact preserved, as well as the curbside pickup exclusively available for medical patients at MTCs that offer it. And then finally, I just wanted to come back to open data and acknowledge that we continue to compile and present data on a regular basis, including during these meetings, which includes licensing volumes, our progress, and other industry data. Being willing and able to share that information, I think, again, is a degree of accountability, but also informs us as policymakers, you as policymakers, excuse me, so that way you can make informed decisions with a ready access to the state as it exists today, not as it was last year or as it might look like moving forward, but instead real-time access to that type of insight. So again, it's a big goal, but one that I think speaks to our historic work as well.
Anything else, Mr. Collins?
Advancing then to number 7 and the final goal, Continuing to establish Massachusetts as a standard bearer for the nation as it relates to evidence-based policy through broad stakeholder engagement. I guess to clarify, I consider stakeholder to be all-inclusive as a word. So if you are a patient, a licensee, an applicant, an SAP participant, a municipal official, you name it, you're included in this stakeholder phrase. If you identify as a stakeholder, you would therefore be considered a stakeholder by this agency. So I think the first task I want to call your attention to, which I do think establishes Massachusetts as a standard bearer, is our role in developing and forming CANRA as an organization across the country, bringing together state leaders from many states. I believe we're upwards of close to 40 states and territories at this point, and Massachusetts being an early adopter of CANRA and one of the founding members of it. It is something we participate not just in from a leadership standpoint, but our staff participates in as members of and actually chairing various subcommittees of CANRA, ranging from social equity to medical marijuana and research. It's something that we're proud to be a member of, and I think we get a lot of value out of it, but I wanted to observe our status as a leader of that organization. We've also worked over this calendar year, again, within the evaluation period, with all of those states around us that are coming online with adult use or recreational programs or evolving their existing programs based sometimes on Massachusetts as a model. And so specifically convening regularly with New York, Connecticut, Vermont, and Rhode Island, as well as Maine, to offer our advice and insight and counsel where we can, but also offering some insight into this is how we did it, we would do it differently if we could. I know those were questions that I asked early on in our existence. We were the beneficiary of a lot of really valuable insight from the likes of Colorado, Washington, and Oregon, as well as Alaska. And I want to make sure that we pay it back as much as it was paid forward to us. Moving on, I also, from time to time, but not frequently, do offer some public comments on things and participate in public speaking opportunities. Two events that I can point to recently, at least, were a keynote to the Worcester Business Journal, as well as the New England Cannabis Convention, which occurred in Boston this year. Again, the intent was to offer insight into our program, inform people, and treat it a bit like a public awareness or public education opportunity. And so I think commissioners do a lion's share of that work, but from time to time when asked, I do consider doing those types of things. It's not something, admittedly, I enjoy too much. At the same time, I do find value in doing it and try my best to serve the commission's interests well and certainly not put my foot in my mouth, much like I try not to do that on a monthly basis at your meetings. And then two other things I wanted to just flag. One is the fact that we have pending legislation, which I would describe as at the goal line relative to equity funding, municipal equity components, HCA reform, as well as the availability, the potential arrival of social consumption at long last here in Massachusetts. That is certainly work that pertains to our work and our ability to educate and advocate at the State House, as well as our budget appropriation, which has been secured at least by the House and Senate. It still needs to be finalized. Again, I think that speaks to our ability to advocate, but also educate as to our needs, as well as our reputation as good fiscal stewards. And I think that does set us apart, again, as that standard bearer objective here. So I'll just close with acknowledging that I see this goal as evergreen, in that we will always be pushing to be the standard bearer, but I also want to acknowledge I believe we have achieved that in a lot of ways. And so our goal should be to maintain that status too. And so that's the presentation on the 7 declared goals.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. I don't have a question, just a comment. I wanted to take a moment just to really commend you and say that, you know, I appreciate you and we here at the Commission appreciate you for stepping outside of the virtual 4 walls and making sure that we understand and know what's happening beyond the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. And yeah, I know that we're beneficiaries of your involvement and participation and leadership in CANRA. So I just wanted to commend you for that and thank you for your involvement.
Commissioner Stebbins, I think.
Yes.
Yes, that is hand raised.
Thank you, Chair. No, I appreciate the Executive Director's report. I think kind of what we should be mindful of as we go into the final months of this calendar year and his performance through the end of the year is a topic he just alluded to on goal number 7, which might upend to some degree the work in the other 6 categories, and that's the potential passage of the omnibus bill. And I want to give him a minute to maybe speak to how that work might kind of deviate attention from some of these goals, or maybe even have a chance to fold into some of these goals. But I think that's something that we should all be aware of, that going forward, at least into the next few months of this year, might turn some of our work or some of his work and the staff's work towards some other priorities.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins, and through you, Madam Chair. There's a few items I think on the horizon that obviously could, to your point, fold into naturally to some of these goals. Nonetheless, I think still require some agility in adapting and being nimble in our responsiveness. There's also a few other things that I think are just, they come up from time to time and some of us don't see them coming. So I'm not looking to tamp down expectations as much as I am just trying to be honest about an assessment on ability to succeed here. And so I think starting with where you left off as far as the pending legislation, there are things in there that this commission has actively advocated for. And so in some ways that legislation becoming law would in fact realize some success toward these goals. Certainly our enhanced ability to achieve equity in this industry and also allow for, and not our achievement of equity, but instead the ability for applicants and licensees to experience success in this industry would help, certainly. It would require in some instances, though, especially around host community agreements, necessary regulations to be crafted and ultimately promulgated. Similarly, I think it would at the very least require an assessment of our existing regulations on social consumption. Both of those things would be time consuming, as well as in the example of social consumption, there's some models out there, but I can't point to any one that I would say Massachusetts should lift this and just apply it to this jurisdiction. Knowing too that you need to accommodate the geographic diversity of Massachusetts, as well as the availability of things like public transportation, and also the ability of cities and towns and their willingness to entertain and host those types of establishments. So I that's a precursor to saying we'd have to put some work in. And I think it was also discussed earlier in Commissioner Roy, that might have been your question about our status or state of staffing and the need to bolster the ranks, especially around licensing and perhaps even enforcement around things like HCAs and our ability to evaluate those contracts. So that pending legislation, I think, would, if nothing else, distract attention. And that's not, again, I'm not complaining about that. It's just an honest answer as to where we devote our time and energy. And so I would want to come back to the commission, I think, have a discussion on our ability to succeed here might be impacted by our need to react over here. And that's also the nature of a calendar year. Things come out of the blue. There's also some things that from time to time have just appeared, and we've had to deal with them because it's our responsibility, either as a policy making body, again, to the commission standpoint, or our obligations as an employer. And I point to in the memo, eValley back in 2019, it came across the country. And certainly it got the attention of the folks at the CDC as well as our Department of Public Health, and ultimately got our attention given that it was associated with vaping. We reacted as we should, but what it did is it took a lot of time and energy from especially our investigators and our lab analyst, our single lab analyst, to really get as educated as possible. And it just took a lot of time and resources. Ultimately, I think we ended up in the right place, but it was a distraction nonetheless. And then, of course, COVID required us to, frankly, reimagine how we function as an agency. And to our credit, to our staff's credit, it has been a success thus far. We have not missed or skipped anything. And we did not build this agency with COVID in mind, but I'm glad we built it the way that we did, such that we could pick it up, take it home, and let our staff be in the safest place possible to conduct their affairs. So There are some things on my horizon that I certainly want to call the commission's attention to. I don't know yet if it's going to be a distraction to the degree that COVID or eValley were, but I'm certainly looking at things like licensees and labs and the relationship between the two, and wanting to ensure that there is honesty and integrity in our lab and testing system, making sure that patients and consumers have access to accurate labels, including the testing results that are available on them. And so those are things that I know I personally am going to devote some time and energy to over the rest of this year. And it very well could become a situation where it devotes more than just my time and energy, but certainly absorbs that of staff and perhaps even commissioners alike. So with 10 operating independent testing labs in our system, as well as all of those cultivators and product manufacturers, making sure that patients and consumers have access to accurately labeled and honest information is hugely critical to the integrity of our marketplace. And therefore, I don't think that takes a backseat to anything. So those are things that are on my radar and I'm working on. But again, I think they speak to some of these goals. But that would be my job too at the end of the year to make sure I can articulate that my focusing my time and energy is devoted to still pursuing these goals. And then lastly, I think it's just an operational note that could have implications is as much as we enjoy working with our interim chair, there is a likelihood that someone else may be joining us in the near future. And I certainly want to accommodate onboarding a new commissioner. As all of you, I hope, can agree, our ability to onboard commissioners now, we're seasoned pros at it in the past 18 months or so. At the same time, as you know, it does take a devotion of time and energy from our staff, as well as certainly from me as well, to make sure that folks are adequately prepared. So all of those things are on the horizon. Certainly other things that I'm not thinking of, but again, I just wanted to call your attention to a number of those things. So,
Commissioner Concepcion.
Thank you. I have a follow-up question to Commissioner Seven's question. And this pertains specifically to the omnibus legislation that seems like it will likely be coming down the pipeline.
Sure.
Have you made an assessment of these goals and sort of identified which might be the most impacted by that passage?
in a positive or negative way?
I don't want to say negative, but I mean like that might have
Sure.
to sort of push a little bit further along the line because of that. So I guess you could say it in the negative way.
Yeah, well, that's where I think we just need to pivot in some ways. So as even just looking at them now, I think some of the work we're doing, for instance, around the 5-year strategic plan, could be implicated. And I am hesitant to say derailed. I think that's a bit too dramatic. But if you're thinking about your revenue forecasting as well as your workforce planning, in the middle of those two projects, we're now changing the terms a little bit as far as what the responsibility, especially of our licensing specialist or enforcement counsel, could be relative to host community agreements. So now we've got to staff up for a different model. It's just a pivot. So I don't want to say we're going to fail in achieving that goal, but it might mean back to the drawing board, or even some of the assumptions we've made in building that plan just need to be adjusted. Other things included in assumptions is what do we regulate? I'm not suggesting that, I mean, there's things out there that are just policy matters like Delta 8 THC, and what do we do about that? And knowing that's generally a hemp-derived supplement, or not supplement, but a hemp-derived product or ingredient sometimes. So those things I think are just looming that could impact certainly the 5-year strategic planning. I think the statutory adjustments, though, could be benefits to the goals around equity, specifically the 3-year strategic planning on equity, and then the 5-year plan to double the participation. I think it could actually have a positive impact on those goals. Still requires some work and adjustment of work, but knowing too, like I think was discussion earlier around the economic empowerment applicants, I explicitly remember folks that qualified for economic empowerment being business owners saying, I'm only interested in social consumption if and when it's available. I have no interest in abandoning my yoga studio. I have no interest in abandoning my restaurant, but I would love to offer that as and again, I'm not saying that multi-use is going to be a reality, but it might be a benefit, or at least something that folks look at and explore. So, and then the other stuff I think is just really ongoing. especially around open data. I think that's the world-class agency. I think those things are just, how do we function? And are we living up to our principles in a lot of ways?
Sean, it sounds like all of the goals won't be impacted. They're just, okay, got it. That's helpful.
Commissioner Camargo?
Yeah, thank you. Just overall comments, John, thank you so much for your role, your leadership. And I know that, you know, I'm thinking that you have all these goals, right? And there's still so much that you do in between. But I also want to just add, right, there's so much internal work going on in terms of our teams and working groups. There's external work that's happening. You talked a little bit about it. I also want to, you know, just kind of bring forth the advisory board, right, that you also do a lot of work with. I've had a great experience as being part of the subcommittee on the industry. So I know that the work that you and Matt are doing to sort of make our advisory board more active and engage them a lot more has also been helpful. So I just want to say thank you for that. And also just thank you for alerting us to sort of the 10 independent labs and sort of what you're thinking that may come down the pipeline in the future, because I think that's so key. So thank you for bringing that to the forefront. And just overall, thank you. You have 5 commissioners who are probably, I don't know, we're all type A, but, you know, we're eager, we're here, we're excited about this industry. You know, we're working together, we're collaborating. So, and I know we're always looking for you and at you. So I just appreciate you. Thank you. And thank you for all the training and guidance for, I think, all of us as commissioners. I've said this before, there's no manual for this job. You get appointed and you get sent to the CCC for onboarding. So congratulations to you and your team, our leadership team, you know, this past year.
Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. And I really appreciate your goals. I feel in some way, shape, all of your goals go to enhance public health, public safety, and public welfare for the cannabis industry in Massachusetts, whether it's our equity applicants, our licensees, our consumers, our patients. In one way or another, these goals touched all of them. And I am truly appreciative that you mentioned the relationship between licensees and the independent testing labs. Commissioner Concepcion and myself had the opportunity to have a highly informative tour at Kacha Labs. And as a commissioner, I'm very mindful of that relationship and what medical patients and consumers need is accurate labeling. And so I appreciate your focus on that. I think it's extremely important, and as a commissioner, I also will be focused on that as well. And I just wanted to thank you for that. And I wanted to also echo Commissioner Camargo's statements about the subcommittees. I am the liaison on the research subcommittee, and I feel that they are important stakeholders. And I look forward to that we have a new chair on our subcommittee, and I just think they bring a lot to the table, and they are important stakeholders as well. So thank you very much for your presentation.
Any other comments? Commissioners? Before we move on to the last or the next topic, I did want to say, Sean, I do appreciate everything that you talked about during this portion of the meeting, and to me, it's a reflection of how you manage an agency. You've created prudent, responsive government and prudent, responsive employer, and those are very, very important. You know, for example, you know, the budgeting 2 years out, that's, you know, very practical, very necessary. The SOP library, again, if it weren't for the pandemic, I don't think, for me personally anyway, it would have necessarily sunk in the importance of having standard operating procedures written down. And because we all know that with a pandemic, things were thrown awry. And again, just highlights the importance of doing these very basic fundamental things in order to make sure that we as an entity continue operating smoothly and are responsive to taxpayers of the Commonwealth. And to me, all the things that you are talking about have done and are continuing to do, again, pushes the mission of this agency forward. And I applaud you for it, and look forward to seeing what will be accomplished in the back end of this year and in the years to come. So with that, the next item on the agenda, because this is one of the few or the only opportunity we have as a group to get together and kind of talk, actually this topic and the next topic, I wanted to get a sense from you commissioners around, well, so first on this one is how we are conducting our public meetings. And, as you know, our ability to have these meetings fully remote, that ability expires tomorrow. My understanding is that there is an effort in the legislature to extend our ability to meet fully remotely. That has not yet been passed or signed by the governor. So kind of given the fluidity, my goal for this discussion is really twofold. One is to hear from the executive director around the agency's efforts to investigate how to host a hybrid or in-person meeting, assuming that, if no extension is passed, we have to go back to that model. And then, once we get an understanding of that, hearing from you all about, how you feel about, the meetings. And at this time, I'm not trying to commit us to holding in-person or hybrid meetings at any time at a date certain in the future. I want to just get a sense from commissioners. But before turning things over to the executive director, I wanted just to outline as a reminder, Commissioner Stebbins, I'm sure this is all burned into your mind. Under the open meeting law, public bodies are required to conduct their meetings in a physical space, allowing members of the public to attend those meetings. Members of the public body could participate by telephone or video conference, but the chair and a quorum of the members of the public body had to be physically present in the room. So for this agency, it would be the chair and then 2 commissioners who would have to physically be in the room, and then the 2 other commissioners could, if they wanted, participate remotely. And under the existing statute, there was no obligation that the public be allowed to participate by telephone or other technology. But as we all know, with the pandemic, the governor and later the legislature authorized a temporary change to the open meeting law. And that allowed us to convene these meetings fully remotely, so long as the public was able to tune in real time. So I guess with that bit of a reminder, I guess I'll turn things over to Sean to kind of tell us about, what the folks at the agency have been doing around, okay, if we have to go back to some kind of, or rather if this allowing us to participate fully remotely, if that ability is taken away, what are our options operationally for holding a meeting?
Sure, thank you, Madam Chair. And I think this is a timely and prudent conversation for a number of reasons. One, to acknowledge the work that's gone into preparing for perhaps life after a pandemic and a return to some degree of our experiences past. I'm hesitant or even loath to call it normal, because I don't think that exists any longer. At the same time, I also anticipate and certainly hope that it may not be a necessary activity in the event that the legislature is inclined, and the governor is inclined as well, to expand or extend, the ability of public bodies, not just the commission, but all public bodies, to meet remotely. I do think as just a practical exercise, it has expanded our ability to be accessible and be available and allow the public to access the commission's meetings, and including the materials that you rely upon for the conduct of the meeting. And it's also enhanced our ability to ensure that you and the staff and those that you interact with are able to remain safe in this remote environment. So nonetheless, we have been preparing, if nothing else, because we want to be ready in the event that it's not extended. And so much like my goals, as I just discussed, I don't take any credit for this. It's really a matter of our operational staff, our IT staff, our communication staff that have all been in meeting and thinking about, as well as our licensing staff and the folks that you interact with most during your public meetings, to ensure that we can do a number of things. One is conduct business in a productive and efficient way, but also ensure, again, that folks are able to be safe. And that includes the general public, knowing that a return to in-person public meetings also includes the ability of the public to be in person in the physical space. We want to make sure that we're responsible with them in their presence as well as also able to accommodate a variety or a number of folks, knowing the limitations of our space. And so I'll touch on a few of those things. So as I noted, I wanted to at least compliment our staff for being prepared. So as you indicated, Madam Chair, we do continue to monitor that legislation. It's now jockeying back and forth in a number of different vehicles. I do expect that it will be resolved. As I've talked about previously with our reports on our office's remote status, the approach to in-person public meetings will limit the number of staff members that I would require to be in the office. So there would still be an ability, as well as perhaps even a requirement, that some staff participate in meetings remotely, and we facilitate that ability for them to do that. We've also made some changes to our past practices based on just the public health realities we're living within. So if we are to return to in-person public meetings at Union Station, we would use MS Teams, as we are right now, live to broadcast, as we have been for actually the entirety of the pandemic. We would allow some staff and commissioners, if necessary, to join remotely. As a result, the public will still continue to have access to the live stream of all of these meetings. And again, if necessary or they desired so, could attend in person, but it would not be required, knowing that we would preserve this virtual access as we have. And I want to be as clear as possible about that. We are not talking about abandoning any digital or live streaming of our meetings. Instead, it's more how do we comply with the law being the open meeting law in this context. For those that might attend in person, we would provide seats in the Commission's public meeting space. It would be a first come, first served basis. We would have overflow space in the Grand Hall of Union Station. So folks that might be familiar with Union Station, would be that large open rotunda or the Commission's meeting space, which we would also limit the capacity in just to make sure that we can safely space everybody out. So those who plan to attend the meeting and they might need translation services, including sign language, we would ask them just to request that in advance so we could actually allow for it. I also note that we offer transcription on MS Teams Live so folks can follow along that may be hearing impaired. It's our policy at this point to wear masks in the office, including in the public meeting space, so we'd ask the public to follow suit. And then also just a note for as far as media availability, we would ask commissioners and the press to probably maintain that virtual engagement after the fact, such that we don't have crowds of folks gathering in any way. So I guess two things I want to leave you with. One is we are capable of doing this. We've been testing the system. Commissioners, thank you as well. You've been involved in that exercise. We hope that we don't have to do this, but nonetheless, we will be prepared in the event that it's required. So we're capable. We're planning for that scenario, but optimistic it won't be necessary. Or I shouldn't say, again, this is at the discretion of the commission as well. But we're optimistic that it's not a requirement. Again, to your point, Madam Chair, with that allowance expiring as of tomorrow. Happy, of course, to take any questions, and just closing with my thanks to our staff for that level of preparation.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. And I do want to actually emphasize, and thank you for emphasizing, that this discussion is by no means to indicate that we are going to cut off remote access. That has never been that has never been an option, at least from my perspective. I do think a silver lining out of the pandemic has been the ability for the public to dial into, watch what we as a commission do, and then what other public bodies do. And so I would be very loath to have that shut off. So with that said, I would love to hear from commissioners, kind of your thoughts on how we're having these meetings going forward. And, you know, this is not, I don't see this as a one and done conversation. And so obviously before we make any changes, we want to talk things over with you and get us all in agreement about how we're going to have these meetings, assuming we have to change or if we want to change at all. Mr. Stebbins?
First of all, my apologies if you can hear some type of Dixieland band out on the street, but no, I think the executive director's kind of coverage of this topic was obviously it's timely, it's important, and it's also important to share kind of details of what would happen if we do have to go back to in-person meetings. And in the chair, to your point, continuing to stream these meetings for people that might not be able to make a drive all the way to Worcester. I think it's critical, and as you pointed out, it kind of goes without saying that we would continue to do that for everybody's benefit.
Any other comments, Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say that I had the opportunity about a month ago to physically participate in one of the dress rehearsals if and when we do come back in person. And I just want to say thank you to the staff and give them recognition, because I know they're working so hard to make sure that if and when we do have to go back, they are ready. So no matter what, they will be ready. And I just wanted to give a shout out to our staff.
Commissioner Camargo? No.
Yeah, I'll add a few things, not much, but I just think it's important that we have this conversation today. I've received numerous emails and messages from the public who were concerned that we were going to completely eliminate the virtual piece. So I'm just glad that we're talking about it, and however we can, you know, spread the word about that, I think will be helpful, because like the ED said, there's no more normal. It's the new normal. So keeping the option of virtual, I think, is a great idea, as long as we're all safe.
So if we did do a hybrid type of meeting, is that something that commissioners are open to, or is the preference to stay remote for as long as we can? Or, I mean, and you know, I'm not going to hold any of these statements against you.
Yeah, Chairwoman, just a point of clarification. So what are you asking us now?
Sure. Just want to get a sense from if we had to go back to, or if the extension is not provided and we had to do some kind of in-person that is both compliance with the open meeting law, where there's a chair and a quorum present in the room. Are there some folks who are great, I will be in the room, or are there some folks who, you know, I would prefer to be one of the two that's remote, or I don't have a preference. So I do think if we have to, or, you know, or assuming there is an extension of our ability to be completely remote, do folks want to try the hybrid anyway, even if we or be completely in person, even if we have the ability to be completely remote?
I just have two quick thoughts. One is, when will we know about the extension? That's one. Like, how soon will we know about that? And then
Deadline.
We don't know, right? Okay. We don't know. And then I guess my other concern is also that we have communicated to our staff, our internal team that makes all this stuff happen, that we're going to give them 90 days heads up to prepare for in person. So I'm just thinking about those two things. So those are just two thoughts that I have in my head. I think for me personally, I would just say, I think when we do decide, I think hybrid is a great opportunity, or fully remote, depending what it looks like. So I'll just say for me personally, I'm happy to think about a hybrid model. And, you know, I think the other part of it too, the advantage and privilege that we have too, is that, you know, sometimes we have emergencies, sometimes, you know, some of us have aging parents or children. So thinking about that option to be remote, you know, 1 or 2 times if need be. So I guess that would be just my take.
Any other comments, concerns?
I guess, sorry, Madam Chairwoman,
Oh,
I
Commissioner
guess
Concepcion.
I don't know. My instinctive reaction is I want to have the ability to contemplate the question beyond today and beyond this meeting, but I understand that there is a time sensitivity to the subject as well. So I just, you know, if we have to have this conversation, by all means, but my preference would be to sort of like have, you know, present the issue and the topic, and then maybe give us some time to contemplate that as well. I mean, I am one of those people, and you know that I'm a part of the return to office working group, but I'm also a mom, you know, and I'm in Boston with a 2-year-old, so I have to think about that as well. So I just wanted to sort of ask for a little bit of clarification in terms of the timeline that you're looking for a response.
Sure. So, and Commissioner Camargo, thank you for the reminder on the 90-day return to work. And no, I don't want this to be viewed as, you know, forcing people to come back to the office when they don't want to, and especially in light of the executive director's email to staff a month ago, 2 months ago. But so on the one hand, though, we are in a little bit of a jam here between the expiration of the ability to meet remotely, which is tomorrow, and then we do have a meeting in August, would be our next public meeting. So, you know, so Commissioner Concepcion, to your point, yes, let's have, this can be our opening discussion, and we can just plan to have more discussions as time kind of and events unfold. But you know, because of kind of the way we are configured, though, in terms of our meetings and the expiration of the extension, I did feel like this was a time to have a discussion when we are able to do so together in public.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yep, Commissioner Concepcion.
Thank you. With that in mind, thank you so much. Thank you for that clarification. With that in mind, I think my suggestion would to have the option of a hybrid if need be at this point.
Okay. Commissioner Roy.
Yeah, and I thank you for bringing this up, Madam Chair. And it's a tricky conversation to have because we're really talking in hypotheticals right now. We don't know if it's going to be extended but I understand we need to have the conversation. And all I can offer on my end is if we do go hybrid, since I live geographically the closest, I'd be more than happy to be one of the commissioners to help alleviate the burden of X amount of commissioners to be there, just because it's just logistically easy for me to get here. So I just wanted to offer that and be like one less you got to worry about. But again, it's very tricky to know what to do until we know what the legislature is going to do. But thank you for bringing this up, though.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Camargo.
Yeah, thank you. Are we, per our rules or our regs, are we allowed, let's say they come down and say, you know, we're back to, you know, in person tomorrow. Can we as a body just vote on, let's say, August being virtual and then visiting it we can't? Okay, I'm looking at Sean saying no. Okay, so we can't sort of on our own, we can't vote to be virtual, let's say in August, and then sort of revisit it at that time, sounds like we kind of need an answer today of what we're going to do in August. I'm just thinking about August, which is next month. Yeah. I know this is awkward, but this is.
What? So Sean?
Yeah. Go ahead, Sean.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To Commissioner Camargo's point, and I think other commissioners as well, so the open meeting law as written requires the in-person element, and it's governing on all public bodies, boards of selectmen, school committees, you name it. And so there's a pretty vocal effort afoot at the State House, with our voice included, obviously, that the commission, I believe, has benefited from the ability to meet remotely. But we would not, to answer your question, we would not be in a position to just declare that we're going to meet virtually. It would not be a compliant way to meet. So therefore, the Attorney General's office may have something to say about that. I do expect there to be an extension granted. One of the things I think is actually in dispute or discussion is until when exactly. And there's also been some advocacy at the State House around making this a permanent allowance, given that it's allowed people to participate in government more frequently and more regularly, including participation being serving on public boards. And so I think it's actually opened up access to government things. This is, to your point, though, I think an immediate question as to how to conduct the business in August, which, and I think the commission retains the right. And I should note too, the commission historically has had situations where a commissioner has been traveling and has had to call in to a meeting. And that's prior to COVID. That was the more typical way that a hybrid meeting would be approached, would be frankly through like conference call, where you put the little star phone on a desk and someone called in. We also did a number of advisory board meetings that way, which I can tell you as chairing that meeting, it was a bit of a nightmare because I had to remember who exactly was on the phone and then include them in all roll calls. I think the presentation today, and I think the chair's discussion today, and obviously she'll speak for herself, but was to, I think, gauge an interest in, is it fully in person? And I would just share with you that from a staff standpoint, we would still facilitate remote participation amongst the staff. The requirement is that the commissioners be physically present, not that those participating in the meeting, either the public, the general public, or the staff that's required. And so it would be my intention, at least, to still maintain a degree of remote participation from the staff, but the rationale being ultimately is we've not compelled staff back to the office. So I think it could be something that gets worked out between now and August as well, just given the availability of commissioners as well. But I don't want to speak for the commission in that sense.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Sure, and thanks to the executive director for that kind of clarification, and certainly appreciate my colleagues' comments. To help answer the question, I think I'm somewhat in the same boat as Commissioner Roy. I'm happy to be, I would see no reason that I could not also be a commissioner in attendance to help meet our obligations for a hybrid meeting.
Okay, so it sounds like then in a worst case scenario, if the extension is not granted for a while, and we could so in August, if necessary, we could go back to the way things were before the pandemic. So I would be in the room, Commissioner Roy, Commissioner Stebbins, and then Commissioner Camargo and Commissioner Concepcion could participate remotely, and that we would be in compliance with the open meeting law. We would have to do things remotely. Not remotely. We'd have to take a roll call vote. But I think it could work. Oh, Commissioner Concepcion?
I wanted to clarify.
Yeah.
It was just to reserve the option next month. It doesn't mean I will not be in attendance or able to attend that August meeting. It's just just to be overly cautious in case. That's the only comment I wanted to add to that.
Okay. And Commissioner Camargo?
Yes, myself as well.
Okay.
So,
okay.
Absolutely. And happy to be there in August. But again, I think that Commissioner Concepcion, the new normal is the new normal. And now we have competing stuff that happens. But yes, just want to be clear on that.
Okay. Anything else on this topic? Other than fingers crossed, they pass an extension, and maybe and if they do that in August, we can talk about, do we ever want to do anything other than fully remote? But that's for another time. Does that sound good? We'll just put on the August agenda, just follow up on this topic.
And it also sounds like we'll know soon, and if we don't know soon, by the time we get into next public meeting planning, we'll know what we're doing, right? So.
I agree, and that gives enough time for the contemplation that I was asking for. That's perfect. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. No, thank you all. Thank you all. Okay, so then if there's nothing left on this topic, then it bleeds into nicely the last topic of the day. And so this topic came up after a conversation that I had with Commissioner Stebbins around a practice that they had at the Gaming Commission. And certainly kind of also it relates to, my desire to hear from you all and have you all be part of agenda setting process. So I guess before I go too much further, Commissioner Stebbins, if I could have you describe what you used to do at the Gaming Commission, and then I can talk about like my vision for adjusting that practice slightly.
Okay. Thank you, Chair, and thank you for agreeing to put this on the agenda. I want to reiterate, there really was no homework assignment here for anybody respective of today's meeting. I asked to place this topic on the agenda because I'm hoping it can become a regular part of our meeting agendas. My goal here is for raising this is to hear from my fellow commissioners about the benefit, as you pointed out, Chair, of setting aside this time on future meeting agendas. During my tenure at the Gaming Commission, we used a separate agenda setting meeting to review items for upcoming and future meetings. So those agenda items would include actions required by the commission on an established timeline, upcoming presentations, budget discussions, final projects, or reports to be presented, for example. We would then work closely with the executive director and staff to essentially lay out a calendar of activity and also identify what commissioners and staff might be working on that agenda item. So the discussion at those meetings was not always to chisel something into stone, but to use the meeting for planning purposes and scheduling when items were ready to be reviewed by the commission. So to avoid adding an additional meeting to our schedule and to have this type of discussion and all the work that an additional meeting requires, I really welcome the chair's suggestion that it could be an agenda item for our regular monthly meetings. And if I can just take a minute and kind of give you an example of some CCC items that would be part of that. We reviewed the executive director's mid-year performance evaluation today. That would be an item that would be part of a look ahead for discussion about upcoming meeting topics. Other examples, again, budget reviews, research presentations. Our goal is to build out a calendar with agenda items for upcoming meetings and who's managing or responsible for those items. Realize that the final meeting agenda will continue to be set by the chair, and adding this item in no way takes away the chair's ability to set the agenda or ensure and to ensure items are prepared, etc. But because of the open meeting law, this monthly public meeting is really the only chance that the 5 of us are in the same room, the same virtual room, and can have a discussion about upcoming meetings and hear from each other and from staff what agenda items are coming up. So I also think that the ED may want to weigh in on this idea, as well as talk through some examples of potential upcoming meeting items. But Thank you, Madam Chair, again for putting this topic on the agenda and allowing us to talk about it.
No, thank you, Commissioner Stebbins, for bringing it up. I think it's a great idea. So with that said, comments, reaction from commissioners? Mr. Executive Director, oh, Commissioner Concepcion, I thought I saw a hand movement.
I have a question. Okay, thank you. I have a question just because I've been thinking on this. First off, thank you, Commissioner Stebbins, for bringing this. The idea, the intention behind it, it makes sense. I think what I was wondering though is in practice, are we going to sort of bring our topics at public meeting and then we sort of vote on what is taken up at the next meeting, or what? I'm just trying to figure out the how this operates in practice.
Sure. I will tell you, at the Gaming Commission, it really wasn't a vote on whether a topic got approved. It was more a general discussion, again, involving commissioners and staff and the executive director to say, this topic is coming up. Is it something we all feel we're ready for? It was more of a general discussion than it was voting to make sure something was going to be added to the schedule. So hopefully that back and forth would give us a better idea of when we might place something on a future agenda, or again, looking at some of those time required items that we may have to discuss. So that was our general approach in practice.
The topic would not be selected within that discussion. It's just a discussion, and then it's how is it determined? So how does the actual item or issue, is that left to the chair? I just want to get a little bit of more clarity on it.
Sure. And again, if there was something that was time sensitive, I think we'd all agree that would it be ready for discussion? And I think that's still kind of an authority that rests with the chair to make sure something is teed up and ready to be presented after consultation with staff. I think there would be general discussion amongst us to say, let's put that off, or November's looking like a busy meeting. Maybe we should talk about this in January. And then obviously it did come down to essentially the chair having final word, because that's within the chair's authority. But again, hopefully being able to have some good, robust give and take on, asking a commissioner, why do you want to, raise that at this point, or what action are you seeking? It just gave us a chance to vet that all out during, an open meeting, which again is really the only opportunity that we have to talk about this.
I'm understanding you right. I think I'll sort of reiterate the way I'm receiving it is
Sure.
that we'll have the discussion, we'll sort of formalize the reasoning behind bringing a topic up for that discussion, and then the chairwoman or chair, whoever, will have use their authority to use the information that they've gathered to list that at the meeting that they felt was appropriate.
Correct.
Okay.
It's a great way to kind of boil it down. Thank you.
I just had to say it out loud so I can understand and make sure that I'm taking this in the right way. So thank you. I appreciate it.
And if I could just interject as well, Commissioner Concepcion, to your question. So I would also envision, so say we discuss, okay, so in August, let's talk about all the regulations that we're going to need to implement once the equity bill is passed. So we would articulate that here, and obviously the staff who would be on participating and the executive director would probably say that's not enough time. So, and this is all hypothetical. So then, getting feedback from staff at the August meeting, my hope would be to be able to say, okay, so this was a topic that was proposed for an upcoming meeting. This is the feedback from staff, and based on it, let's anticipate putting it on the October meeting agenda. Something, so kind of a give and take on that in order to place things on the agenda. Does that make things, I don't know, clarify things at all, or does it make it more fuzzy?
Oh, I understand that. That helps me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a question for the whole group of us that we know things will happen every year like clockwork, right? So we know like the beginning of the legislative session or like budget season, and the end of the year would be like Sean's closeout in December. So should we bake those in? Like what month does it make sense for all of us to every year talk about legislative outreach? What month does it make sense to have a budget discussion or like we never really had a discussion last session about last few months about public awareness, right? So like maybe if we had it baked into the calendar every month at this, we talk about legislative outreach. I'm just wondering, we know certain things are going to happen every year, right? So let's just automatically get them onto the calendar so we have a robust discussion around them. I'm just wondering if that makes sense.
No, it does, absolutely, Commissioner, and that's had part of this discussion, like that concern was also fed into this, so that commissioners and the public know, okay, in November, we'll be talking about year-end Sean's performance, and then in January, we'll do a performance setting. Like those are kind of things that come up every year. So I did want a vehicle, and I thought this kind of discussion would be the vehicle to highlight what those meetings are, or when those topics will be addressed at different meetings. Commissioner Concepcion?
I just want to, because we're
Yeah.
to talk with everyone. I am a little bit concerned that this will lead to the creation of some arbitrary timelines. And when Commissioner Rowe, when you brought up the example of like the legislative outreach, that's sort of based on what is happening and if there's some sort of change or policy that we would like to implement. So I'm a little bit fearful of that. I just wanted to put that out there and raise that with the group as well.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Camargo, I thought I saw your hand up.
Yes, my hand is up, but I'm going to save my comments. Commissioner Stebbins, this is your item, so why don't you go, because I think you have some clarifying guidance right now.
Sure, thank you. And I think the conversation we're having is great because it's starting to fold in, as Commissioner Roy, you just pointed out, some automatic agenda items that are usually baked into our agenda just based on timing, based on dates. I will tell you, at the Gaming Commission, we had this running calendar. We might put in this calendar, put in a target date for when something might come up, but we'd use the meeting to say, is this ready? And staff sometimes would say, we need to put it off. Executive director might say, I'd like a little bit more time, or it is ready to go. We also had items that really never had a set date. It was just more for discussion purposes without any hard and fast date. Again, the idea isn't to really chisel anything in stone with no flexibility to change it. It's just trying to get that look ahead. It's just trying to get that calendar of, again, those locked in dates, those locked in activities that we know are going to happen, as well as the flexibility to be nimble to raise other topics and begin to set a schedule for when we can talk about them. I don't know if that answers your question, Commissioner Camargo.
It does not, but that was good.
Commissioner Camargo, your question?
Yeah, if I may. So I think that our executive director, Sean, has some insight for us as well on stuff that's coming down the pipeline, right? But then also and I think that would be a perfect example of how we're trying to use this. But I guess my other question, Commissioner Stebbins and Chairwoman Kim, what you all are envisioning is we're having conversations behind the scenes, not behind the scenes, but conversations with you while you're planning the agenda. Does this item, I don't know what it's called, public, next, whatever, will this item be on the agenda every month? Or like the legislative process, Matt will check in with us and say, hey, do you have anything that you guys want to bring to the agenda for the legislative process, or is there anything? So how would we see this showing up on the agenda? And I'm just more curious about when it lands there and who decides when it lands there on what month. And I think that's a little bit of what Commissioner Roy was saying, but Commissioner Concepcion, I also hear you on the, on the arbitrary timelines as well. So I'm just curious about that. That makes sense. Does that make sense, Commissioner Stebbins, Chairwoman?
Yes. Do you want me to? So I could see this being on as part of the standard agenda. We could, and I know in the beginning it might be a little bit awkward as we kind of get used to it. So, for example, so from my vantage point right now, I understand that in August and September was the plan to hear about the disparately impacted areas study. So that's out there. And Commissioner Stebbins and his working group has been working really hard on direct indirect control, and anticipated presentation to the board was August or September. And then, so, I see this aside time on our agenda to kind of throw these items out and then, memorializing them. And then, so come August, you can anticipate that we would hear about the DIA study, and then anticipate guidance, or the presentation on the guidance, indirect guidance, possibly. But then, so you would see those on the agenda, but then we'd have this time set aside again to just circle back and say, okay, for September, what are the things that we can see or anticipate on the agenda? And are there topics that you would like to see in October, or what will be on the agenda in November? And so to have this would be a vehicle to have you all kind of weigh in on what you would like to see on the agenda coming up, and really a back and forth on, okay, well, we talked about having, a discussion on the budget in November, but, and again, hypothetical, but something happened, so we're going to push it off for another few months. So in a way, it would be our way of talking amongst each other about what is coming up on the next month's agenda. Yes, Commissioner Camargo.
Yeah, I would just say kind of recommendation that whatever we do decide today, that it's very concrete, or that we come back and talk about it. And the only reason is that this will then become sort of a new sort of process or initiative for agenda setting. And, I just want to make sure for me personally that I know exactly what the expectations are and what the policy and procedure is to bring something on the agenda within the conversation, so that, we're all eager, so that we're not sort of like going past this process and then doing whatever we want with it, so I that's just my recommendation. I don't know how much we can keep talking about it too, but whatever we do decide, and I don't we just need to make sure it's very clean.
Okay. Any other?
I think it's a great idea.
Commissioner Concepcion?
You, Commissioner Camargo, I agree. I think it needs to be really streamlined, and so that there's no sort of room for misinterpretation here, because I feel like if it's not sort of formatted in the right way, this can kind of get a little bit messy. Chairwoman, that was really helpful, the breakdown that you just gave about the way that you would sort of bring those topics forward at this time in the meeting, on what we anticipate for the next month. And I like that idea of using the topics that you have as sort of like a baseline, so we kind of build the conversation from that point. If there's any sort of suggestions that I can make, I like that. That just seems very clean, and I know that we are all communicating with you as well, and staffers communicating with you, and it is within your authority to sort of break down some of the topics and discussions that come up in the agenda. So that's a way to sort of make sure that our conversations are sort of guided, because without some sort of guidance, I just feel like there's a lot of room for chaos, honestly.
Any other comments? Commissioner Roy?
Oh,
And I do concur as well. And the only thing I'd add too is sometimes we may need more than a month because, for instance, like the responsible vendor training condition I used to add. So at some point, I'd like to hear another data pull, but I can't announce that today and expect they would have it in August, right? So we need to be mindful that some of our asks may take longer than 1 month to be able to get all of that information together for us as commissioners. So that's all. We just, to our staff, like we can't put a burden on them that they need to turn something around in a month because we want it on next month's agenda. Some of the things might be a longer ask than a month out.
Commissioner Stebbins?
sure. This is great conversation. And again, at my old job, we kind of had to fashion this kind of along the way because, again, we wanted to be compliant with open meeting law, but we also, I think, Commissioner Roy, the point you just made, we want to engage the executive director and the staff to have a real-time conversation about when something could be ready to present. So one of the tools that we used in these meetings is, and I'm happy to pass around a copy of it, but it's a simple calendar. It says, meeting date, item, who's responsible, is it ready to go? And again, we would use this time in a public meeting to talk about that topic, ask staff some questions even, or ask the executive director some questions. But again, it helped us kind of prepare for the work ahead. And one of the things that, is each of us settled into this job over the last year and a half. I was at points frustrated, and maybe this was just me, I'd see something on the agenda, and again, the agenda was getting set, finalized, within weeks of the meeting. But sometimes I wasn't clear on who might be leading that conversation or directing that conversation or the staff working on it. I think we've come a long way since then. But I think this kind of anticipating public meeting topics is helpful to us. I think it'll be helpful to staff. I hope it'll be helpful to the executive director to just kind of, again, lay out the work we need to complete, as well as give us the flexibility to talk about, Commissioner Concepcion wants to raise a topic and get commission feedback on it and begin to set the stage or set the schedule for having those types of conversations.
Commissioner Carmaga?
Yeah, I think the other thing that I would add too is, Commissioner Stebbins, I think this is also a good way for the public to follow topics, right? I know that hardship is, the application. I know that things are happening behind the scenes. There's a working group, right? Testing stuff. So I think it's a good way for the public to anticipate a little bit of what we're working on, which, at the end of the day, we work for the public. And I would just say again, whatever the procedure and policy is, I don't think we're going to figure it out today, but that it is tight and clean. And Commissioner Stebbins, not to put you on the spot, but I'm just wondering if, and again, Chairwoman, if I may, but if you go back and sort of put that process in place, and then bring it back to us so that we're very clear on it, and then we take a vote on it, whatever we want to do. But I just don't think it'll be settled today, and I think we really need to make sure that this is tight.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Thank you. Mr. Executive Director, I'm going to put you on the spot here, but I wanted to ask if maybe you might be able to offer any sort of staff perspective. I know this is sort of, on the spot. I know you have not had any sort of prep time to go and circulate or talk with staff so much about this, but if you have anything to offer from a staff perspective, that might be helpful.
Sure, thank you. And to be clear, actually, I can offer some staff perspective that I think is informed by just this being on the agenda and what some of the feedback from staff was. And it's already been discussed to a degree, which is, and I think you might have raised one of the concerns around, well, does this mean that things are going to be offered by commissioners with an expectation that we'll be ready to go next month on something that we can't create things where they don't exist? And as a staff, we don't tend to operate much. It may shock the public that's watching, the public that's still watching, but we don't operate on a month-to-month basis. We don't finish today's meeting and then start working on next month's materials. Many months go into a lot of our projects, and we try to close them when they're ready to go, but also with some anticipation of this next meeting is shaping up to be a busy agenda, and so we'll maybe have that ready to go for September, for instance. And I can share with you that August meeting is shaping up to be a busy agenda. So I think the staff's perspective is we're happy to talk about the work that we're doing, and certainly happy to keep commissioners apprised, especially so that way. One of the ways that we communicate with you as a body is either individually one-on-one or with no more than 2 commissioners. And so this could be an opportunity for all 5 commissioners to get a status update on a project at once, and thereby making sure everybody has the same information, including setting a realistic expectation as to when something could be finished. And then I think we'd always offer a caveat that sometimes things change. We hit a stumbling block, or we hit a point of confusion and we just need to spend more time with it, or sometimes in a positive way, it's ready to go and we can bring it forward. So I guess I wouldn't want to have anyone conclude. So I was pulling together over the course of this week a list of things that I just know are going to be on your upcoming agendas. So I think Chairwoman Kim mentioned the Access and Equity Group, their work with the disproportionately impacted areas study, the UMass study. They anticipate and hope to be able to bring next month their observations and findings from a process standpoint, and hopefully presenting to you. It'd be the Access and Equity Group, wouldn't be me. It would be this DEI group, presenting sort of their process observations. How did we get here in their steady state, or their where are we at today? And then cascade into a September meeting where they would offer you their recommendations. The objective with that ultimately is to give you information, let you stew on it, let you absorb it, let you think about it, let you also perhaps, if you're interested, meet with and talk with them, and then bring recommendations to you for September. And that would be a project they've been working on for months now, as you know, well over a year, in fact. And their work originally was anticipated they would be available in June, but they've asked for more time. And rather than just say, well, June is a deadline, so you have to get it done, I see no other reason to not give them that time. And so I've provided them that ability. And I'm grateful for their work in that. So that's an August timeframe. Previously, I think the commission discussed the revisiting or coming back to executive session minutes periodically as just a good hygiene for when we review minutes. And so August was slated to be the next time to revisit some of those things and make a determination. There was also some discussion about the direct and indirect control guidance for August. So now you can kind of see that the agenda itself is organically building right now, and that's not including any specific commissioner required or interested topics. Commissioner Camargo has previously discussed the budget, both the closeout of FY22 as well as the spending plan for FY23. In the past, I'd mentioned that we close out the fiscal year in October, but we should have a good sense by September, hopefully. And my objective would be to have Adriana Leone, our CFO, present to you on both of those things in September. Again, it might be that depending on how things shake out on Beacon Hill, maybe it spills to October, but our objective would be to have it ready to go for September. Looking ahead as well, we know that annually we file an annual activities report with the legislature. We're statutorily required to by October. It's actually 90 days after the end of a fiscal year. So that's how you get to the October timeframe. So we can anticipate, therefore, that should be on October's agenda for your consideration. And I think to some discussion earlier, it will be annually. The same is true for the election of secretary and treasurer. That's a January exercise. So we know that's going to be on an agenda. Where I do get some anxiety, or I think staff may have some anxiety, is where things come up out of the blue and we're just not working on it. And I would just ask to reserve some space to be honest with you about that and say, I need to look into it. I don't actually have a lot of clarity on that because, as I mentioned in the goals context, I don't do this work. alone. And I don't want to therefore overcommit or overextend our staff or promise something that I'm not capable of promising and end up. I think there was some discussion earlier about the staff may have a reaction. It may not be a positive one. So I think it might have been the context of the regulations relative to the statutory changes. Yeah, if that was an August discussion, I think the staff's head might spin. So we're thinking about it, but it's just a matter of we're not prepared to therefore to execute against it. And I obviously the self-evaluation and goals presentation again is one of those annual things. And I just want to observe too, and this is my experience historically, this has been an informal process since our inception as an agency. Commissioners, even during my presentation, my data presentation, you may ask, that's an interesting topic. Can we talk about that in the future meeting? Or it'd be great if we could have a presentation from the equity team on the SEP cohort and how cohort 3 has fared. And so again, this has been not disorganized, but it hasn't been as organized as an agenda item, but it's happened throughout my existence here. And I think we've largely been responsive to it. I don't recall saying no. It's a matter of just trying to set a realistic expectation. So, but I can see and anticipate some anxiety amongst the staff, but it's not something that I think when presented now, I think has probably led to a relief of that anxiety. If it were an entirely separate meeting, different answer, but I think this is an interesting compromise.
Thank you, Sean. That's really informative. And I think the way everything that you sort of mapped out for us is an example of the utility of having something like this, as long as it's within the right sort of perimeters. And I think as commissioners, it's helpful to understand and know sort of the things that are coming down the pipeline, as well as I think Commissioner Camargo references for those in the public who just want to know sort of what to anticipate as well, and to know what we're talking about, what we're working on. Commissioner Stebbins, I completely understand the reason for having this agenda item on today in the conversation, and it does make sense, but I'll just reiterate, my concerns are just making sure that it's formatted in a way that, you know, is the best way for us to operate going forward.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Sure, and I thank the executive director for those comments. What I would like to suggest, if I can, and again, if we think we have enough room on the August meeting to do this, I'm happy to come back in with a document that kind of more formalizes the process, even with a sample of the kind of calendar document that we used at gaming, so you can all get a sense of how it can be used as a planning tool. You know, to the executive director's points, and I don't think this is lost on any of us, is that we all agree there is a collaborative working relationship that we have with staff. We know they are stretched at this point, so we are all very sensitive to adding additional work onto them that we haven't talked to them about, or that we haven't fully fleshed out with them in terms of, I think, the executive director. We want to meet everybody's expectations, but I do want to push back a little bit on the notion of keeping this too tight, taking all that into consideration. Again, this is the only chance that the 5 of us have to talk, and being able to explore and touch on subjects, again, doesn't commit anything to a timeline, a hard and fast date of when work needs to be done. It just is helping to build that conversation that the 5 of us need to have periodically.
Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just so I'm clear, so it sounds like it would be prospective topics, like not definite topics. In other words, are the staff able to compile that information? Are they able to turn it around in a timely fashion? I mean, I'm guilty of this more than anybody. Sean, how many slides have I asked you to make? New slides, and I feel bad every time I ask you for a new slide, right? So I just don't want to exponentially increase asks and workload. So I would feel comfortable if they were like prospective topics, just to make sure that they are doable. But I do agree with the sentiment, Commissioner Stebbins, that because we only can meet in this space once a month, it is important to have discussions like this. So I thank you for bringing it up.
Yeah, and
Commissioner
if I
Stebbins?
can, I would just add, maybe at our next meeting, we can kind of walk through an example of how that portion of the meeting might run. Again, I think we're all kind of operating with the, if I can use a racing metaphor, we're all operating with the caution flag of understanding, restraints on staff, everybody's time and how hard everybody is working. But again, I'm happy to prepare for the next meeting, just kind of a memo that hopefully takes into account everybody's thoughts, a calendar, and then just kind of walking through like what might be a general discussion about topics. And again, as the executive director pointed out, a number of things that we know we need to do and kind of when the timing for that is.
Mr. Executive Director?
I think to continue the analogy to Commissioner Stebbins' point on the caution flag, there's also I wouldn't want to imply or have anyone suggest or leave today's discussion with the implication that the only restraint on some of these topics would be staff as well. I think you've also will remain mindful of authority here, as well as the role that you occupy as commissioners as a quasi-judicial adjudicatory body. And so some topics just maybe you won't be able to wade into in a public way, or you may find a hesitance on the staff's part to opine or share too much. I think I just want to offer that suggestion as well, that caution flag may get waved in a way that is just be careful with this topic. So there's some policy items that you may want to wade into that I guess I'd want to be very mindful of, just given again your formal role as policymakers, yes, as policy thinkers, but minding your role that you may also sit at some point and opine formally on a topic, and you don't want to prejudice that topic down the road. So it may be a combination of things that would wave that caution flag, so to speak. Not to be too ominous in my comments, but.
Sure, on that ominous note, any other questions or comments? I think Commissioner Stebbins has an understanding of what his takeaways are, and Commissioner Stebbins, I'm happy to work with you on this. Yeah, any other final comments? Commissioner Concepcion?
Commissioner Stebbins, can you sort of, sorry, for my mic off in the ears, can you sort of reiterate next steps just so we're all clear?
Sure. Again, what I've offered to walk through is for the August meeting, kind of lay out again some of the points I raised, some of what I've heard from all of you in terms of how we structure conversation around this at future public meetings, and also bringing back again an example of kind of the calendar that we used at my previous job that would lay out again dates, times, just give us that ability to lay out a working schedule of things that had to be on upcoming meetings, so I can provide that as somewhat of an example.
Thank you.
Anything else? Okay. Well, is there any, have not heard of any new business that was not anticipated at the time of the Tuesday posting. So with that said, our next meeting date is Thursday, August 11th, and then the September, October, November, and December dates are noted. I thought we didn't meet in December. So should that be on there?
That is a decision of the commission. So
Oh, okay.
we have historically not met in December. So, but if the commission so chooses, I do not speak on behalf of the staff if you choose to meet in December.
Well, we can take that discussion up at another time.
That's one of those
So-
agenda items you can discuss at a future date.
Correct, correct. Okay, so with that said, I seek a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second,
Second.
second by Commissioner Roy, moved originally by Commissioner Carmago. Any questions, comments, concerns? Hearing none on the motion that has been seconded, we'll go backwards. Commissioner Stebbins,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion, Commissioner Carmago,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. We are adjourned. Thank you for this wonderful discussion. Have a great weekend.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye.
Good
Bye,
job.
everyone.
Thank you.